Chapter 4678. The four supreme kings hadn't left the Eternal Palace for over 100 years. This time, all of them were mobilized because of Ling Xiao. However, as long as the Eternal Emperor didn't show up, the Beast Deity's Alliance Master would still be able to control the situation. Second brother, what are we waiting for? That Ling Xiao obviously wants to hide in the graveyard of the gods and not come out. Are we just going to wait like this? That kid has already been in there for 3 days. Wang Quanjinghua was very anxious. He had entered the graveyard of the gods before and knew how huge it was. If Ling Xiao went far away, they wouldn't know where to find him. If he really wants to hide in there for the rest of his life, that would be great. Wang Quanjinghua sneered. Then the emperor can't blame us. As a member of the Wang Quan clan, Wang Quanjinghua couldn't be bothered to bring Yu Fanghua back. The more trouble the Yu clan caused, the better. This way, their clan would have a higher chance of being in power. Where there were people, there would be fights. It was the same for the Eternal Palace. Back then, the Yu clan could take the emperor position from the Ling clan. Why couldn't the Wang Quan clan take the emperor position from the Yu clan? Big brother, just shut up and wait. Wang Quanjinghua glanced at him and said coldly. Wang Quanjinghua opened his mouth, but could only shut it helplessly. Although he was the big brother, he wasn't as strong as Wang Quanjinghua. He could only act like a grandson. Mo Qianxing, do you really want to be enemies with the Eternal Palace? Seems like the Beast Deity's Alliance has been staying in the chaotic desert and doesn't know how terrifying the Eternal Palace is. Before Wang Quanjinghua could speak, a burly middle-aged man stood out. Tu Hongtian, the Beast Deity's Alliance Master, Mo Qianxing, frowned. If there was anyone with the most terrifying fighting power among the four Supreme Kings, it would definitely be Tu Hongtian. Tu Hongtian was the most loyal follower of the Eternal Emperor. His fighting power was shocking. He was even stronger than the Fire Emperor. Even if the other 3 Supreme Being Kings worked together, they would not be his match. Mo Qianxing, why are you afraid of him? Tu Hongtian is powerful, but I recently obtained a treasure. I'm not afraid of him. At that moment, the Fire Emperor took out the 9-dragon inscription Emperor weapon. It was a gift from Ling Xiao a few days ago. There were only 3 monarch weapons with 9 dragon patterns in the entire Eternal Palace. The Flame Emperor actually had such a powerful top-notch monarch weapon. Tu Hongtian's face changed. The Eternal Life Palace's 3 9-dragon inscriptions monarch weapons were all in the hands of the Eternal Life Emperor. They didn't have the right to possess it. Where did the Flame Emperor get it from? His battle prowess was stronger than the Flame Emperor's, but if the Flame Emperor had such a powerful monarch weapon, he would not be able to defeat him. That would be different. Mo Qianxing smiled and said, Tu Hongtian, I'm sorry. Even if I wanted to let you go, with the Fire Emperor blocking, you guys can't leave. If they really fought, it wouldn't be good for either of them. Why not just wait? I don't think Ling Xiao is a coward who is afraid of death. This way, with the addition of the 3 days that have already passed, a total of 10 days later, we will naturally let you in. The reason why the Beast Deity's Alliance was able to remain standing was not because they were strong, but because Mo Qianxing knew how to conduct himself. He didn't want to offend powerful people. Otherwise, the Beast Deity's Alliance would have been destroyed long ago. Boss 2, let's just wait. It's only 7 days. Wang Quanjian smiled and said, There's no harm in waiting. I've seen that young man before. He's not a coward. The news has already been sent in. If he doesn't want to turn this place into a bloodbath, he will definitely come out. Yu Qiushui said, Since the 2 of you have said so, then let's wait. Tu Hongtian originally wanted to fight his way in, but the Flame Emperor's 9 dragon inscriptions, monarch weapon, made him feel helpless. If they really wanted to force their way in, facing the combined forces of the Golden City and Beast Deities Alliance, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. There was no need to do so. The 4th Supreme King didn't say anything. This guy was surrounded by a cloud of black smoke. It was hard to tell if he was male or female. He gave off a very dangerous feeling. Why wait for so many days? I'm here. At this moment, a voice was heard. 3 figures were rapidly approaching from afar. Ling Xiao, Mo Jiao, and Yufeng Hua. Ling Xiao's appearance surprised the people from the Eternal Life Palace. They were surprised that Ling Xiao was so stupid. In their eyes, hiding in the graveyard of the gods was the safest. He actually came out. If he wasn't courting death, then what was? Even the Beast Deities Alliance master shook his head and said, "Did I overestimate this kid? Simply stupid." Only the Flame Emperor from the Golden City wasn't surprised at all. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to hide. Every time Ling Xiao was in danger, it was an opportunity for him to become stronger. This kid treated danger as cultivation. How could he be a coward? Ling Xiao held Yufeng Hua's hand. He was so confident and strong. There wasn't any fear in his eyes. It was as if the 4 Supreme Kings were nothing in his eyes. When Wang Quanjian saw the 2 of them, he was instantly infuriated. Yufeng Hua was originally his son's woman, but now she was standing with another man and whispering sweet nothings to each other. They were even holding hands. His son was already dead. The heavens were so unfair to him. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Wang Quanjian's eyes suddenly became ferocious and crazy. I am really honored to have troubled the 4 Supreme Kings of the Eternal Life Palace. Why? Are you here to send your blessings? Ling Xiao hovered in the air and smiled at the people from the Eternal Life Palace. The 4 Supreme Kings were all at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. Of course, there were differences in strength, but it wasn't to the point where he was in despair. After this trip to the graveyard of the gods, his strength had become stronger again. His physical body had reached the critical stage of upgrading. His cultivation had reached the critical stage of breaking through again. How much he wanted to fight with these experts. What an arrogant kid. You dare to joke after seeing the 4 of us. Only your courage is admirable. Tu Hong Tian sneered. Senior, could it be that only your voice is admirable? Ling Xiao chuckled. Ha 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 ha, Tu Hong Tian, you've miscalculated this time. No matter how loud your voice is, it's not enough. Your voice won't scare our emperor's son. The crown prince and your princess are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Why did you have to do such a thing that would incur the wrath of the heavens? Why did you have to break them up? The Flame Emperor laughed and teased Tu Hong Tian. Wang Quanjian looked at Yufeng Hua and said, Missy, Ling Xiao is the emperor's son of the Golden City now. His status is compatible with yours. It's not impossible for him to marry you, but it's up to your parents. Even if you want to marry him, you have to get your father's approval. If you elope with him like this, won't your father be bitterly disappointed? Regardless of whether he cared about you in the past, he is your father. Blood is thicker than water. If you elope, not only will you bring shame to the Eternal Life Palace, but you will also bring shame to Ling Xiao. Are you really willing to do that? Chapter 46, 79. It had to be said that this King's Scepter sword was really a powerful guy. Yufeng Hua had no reason to refute his words. In this world, parents were in existence that could not be violated. Violating it was unfilial. At that time, what would people think of Ling Xiao? Yufeng Hua obviously hesitated. She lowered her head and hesitated. Seeing Yu Fenghua's reaction, King Scepter Sword couldn't help but laugh. Then he looked at Ling Xiao. You're a man, right? You want to marry Fenghua, right? Then why not go to the Eternal Palace to marry her openly? You're just going to trick her into marrying you? You're really selfish. Have you never thought that the Golden Sky region will be humiliated because of your actions? Or do you not have the confidence to marry her openly? Do you feel that you don't have the strength to protect her? If that's the case, what qualifications do you have to live together with her? Let her live a stormy life with you all day long. Don't talk about these principles in front of me. What bullshit parents' orders and matchmaking words. The Eternal Emperor killed Fenghua's mother and ignored Fenghua. She almost died. This person is not worthy of being her father at all. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. The Eternal Emperor is worse than an evil beast, such an evil father. And Fenghua still wants to listen to him? Besides, I'm afraid you don't know, right? Wang Quantian has long colluded with the Death Spirit Emperor of the Death Spirit world. In the square, I believe everyone present can feel the death aura he released. Without distinguishing between right and wrong, he actually wants to marry Fenghua to such a person. The Eternal Emperor is really amazing as a father. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, the king's sword was speechless. He used principles to persuade Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect Ling Zhao's principles to be even greater than his. And more realistic, more bloody. Anyone who heard it would sympathize with this poor woman. She just wanted to marry the man she loved. What was wrong with that? But she was pushed into a pit by a father who didn't love her at all. Shut up. Wang Quanjian couldn't win the argument, so he became angry out of humiliation. A thunderous sound rang out. Many of the Divine Body realm martial artists present were so shaken that their bodies trembled and they almost vomited blood. Some people even had blood dripping from their ears. However, Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the attack, did not react at all. He sneered at Wang Quan's sword and said, "What's the matter? You can't win, so you want to use violence? Unfortunately, the sound waves have no effect on me. You've miscalculated." Ling Xiao now had the complete bloodline and beast soul of the sun god. His mastery of the laws of space was complete. He only needed to divert the sound waves away from the space he was in. This was very simple. This brat. The four supreme beings were shocked. Although the king's sword didn't specialize in using sound waves, it was still a fifth-stage divine body realm expert. The power of the sound waves could even injure a martial artist at the second level of the divine physique echelon. Ling Xiao didn't react at all. Do you want to die? After losing face, the royal sword was finally unhappy. Even though he was the weakest of the four supremes, he was still the strongest. But he still wanted to save face. Idiot. In this world, unless it's someone who's heartbroken, who's willing to die. If I can get the beauty back, why should I die? Ling Xiao chuckled. Good, good. Do you think that I won't dare to kill you with the Fire Emperor protecting you? The king's sword was really angry. After losing face in front of Ling Xiao, he was really unhappy. Therefore, he looked at the Beast Deities Alliance's Alliance Master and said, "Mo Qianxing, I believe you won't start a war with the Eternal Palace for this young man." Of course not. Mo Qianxing shook his head. Ling Xiao wasn't from the Beast Deities Alliance. He couldn't let the Beast Deities Alliance's martial artists die for Ling Xiao. He had already done his best to stop the Eternal Palace's martial artists. Alliance Master won't, but I will. Mo Jiao looked at the king's sword and sneered. Ling Xiao is my brother. Whoever dares to touch Ling Xiao is going against me. Old man, I'm sorry. I can't just stand by and watch my brothers die. You brat. Mo Qianxing smiled bitterly. If Mo Jiao attacked, he couldn't stay out of it. He could ignore Ling Zhao's life and death, but he couldn't ignore Mo Jiao's life and death. Forget it, forget it. I promise to protect your brother, okay? I didn't expect my son to be such a loyal and righteous man. Mo Qianxing smiled bitterly. Thank you, brother. Although Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the king's sword, the other party had 4 kings of supreme godheads. There was also the king's sword. He was obviously no match for them alone. If the Beast Deities Alliance's Alliance Master was willing to help, it would be great. In the Beast Deities Alliance, there were 2 top Vice Alliance Masters. Although they weren't as strong as the 4 kings of supreme godheads, they weren't far off. They would definitely be able to stop 2 of them. With Mo Qianxing, the Flame Emperor, and Yang Shui, they might even have a chance of winning. Everyone could see that as Mo Jiao expressed his attitude. The advantage was slowly shifting to Ling Zhao's side. Since that's the case, we can only fight. Although they were obviously at a disadvantage, the Eternal Palace's pride didn't allow them to retreat. They had to take Yu Fanghua away. They had to kill Ling Xiao. Hearing that the Eternal Palace was really going to fight, Mo Qianxing frowned. Mo Qianxing frowned helplessly. No matter what, he didn't want to offend the Eternal Emperor. So, he thought of a way to solve the problem. Suddenly, he attacked not the Eternal Palace's people, but Mo Jiao. He knocked Mo Jiao out with a palm. Then, he turned around and returned to his original position. The Beast Deities Alliance doesn't want to be enemies with the Eternal Palace. Everyone, please leave. Mo Qianxing naturally wanted to protect the Beast Deities Alliance. He wasn't wrong, but he missed the chance to make a strong ally. Ling Xiao wouldn't blame him, but he wouldn't be grateful to him either. Ha 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 ha. The Beast Deities Alliance made a smart choice. There's no need to be enemies with the Eternal Palace for an unrelated martial artist. Ling Xiao, the situation seems to have reversed. Wang Quanjian laughed maniacally as he looked at Ling Xiao. So what? Ling Xiao looked at Wang Quanjian indifferently, facing a martial artist at the 6th level of the Shattered Core realm. Are the 4 supreme beings planning to attack together? Ha ha. Ling Xiao naturally had a way to resolve the crisis. The stronger one was the more they cared about their reputation. This was unavoidable for many people. If a tiger wanted to kill a sheep, it would need help. Others would only think that it was old and weak and couldn't do it. There's no need for that. Do we need the 4 supreme beings to deal with you? Big brother, it's time for you to take revenge. We'll help you stop those people from the Golden City. Go and kill Ling Xiao. Wang Quanjian looked at Wang Quanjian and said, Yes, this is my chance. Wang Quanjian was excited and agitated, facing Ling Xiao one-on-one. This was the situation he was looking forward to the most. He wanted to cut off Ling Xiao's flesh inch by inch. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone. Only then could he resolve the hatred in his heart. Chapter 4680. Fanghua, leave this old thing to me. Don't interfere. Go back into the Dong Sheng Emperor Ring. Ling Xiao was worried that others would attack Yu Fanghua while he was fighting. Therefore, this was a foolproof plan. Come on, old man. Ling Xiao said provocatively, You're courting death. Wang Quan Zhenghua pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wouldn't waste time with him. He wanted to intimidate the people from the Eternal Palace today. As long as he could kill Wang Quan Zhenghua instantly, the Eternal Palace wouldn't dare to act rashly. Wang Quan Zhenghua's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Divine Body realm. Ling Xiao instantly transformed into the Dizun physique. Ling Xiao was also at the 3rd level of the Divine Body realm, but he was much stronger than Wang Quan Zhenghua. Moreover, Ling Xiao took out the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. His strength was even more terrifying. Brat, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. You're courting death today. Wang Quanzhonghua activated all the true origin in his body, and a terrifying aura swept toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood there and waited quietly. If he wanted to kill him, he had to kill him in one strike. If he didn't succeed in one strike, it would be difficult. No one noticed Ling Xiao's change, and they didn't care about the crimson blood demon sword in Ling Xiao's hand that only had one dragon pattern. Until the next moment, they only realized that something was wrong when the crimson blood demon sword pierced through Wang Quanzhonghua's head. However, it was already too late. Wang Quanzhonghua used the last of his strength to take back the Eternal Palace's camp. Unfortunately, he died before he could even finish his last sentence. Impossible. This was what everyone thought except for the Fire Emperor. How could Ling Xiao be so powerful? He was clearly a martial artist at the 6th level of the Shattered Core stage. Just how did this guy cultivate? Could it be that he was possessed? Or was it the incarnation of some powerhouse? No one believed that he could reach such a terrifying level with his own cultivation. This was too frightening. A 19-year-old little fellow was simply a brat in the 4 regions and 9 realms. One had to know that anyone below the age of 50 could be considered a youth. Anyone under 100 years old was considered a youth. It was already a miracle for him to reach the core fragmentation realm with his own ability. He was actually able to kill Wang Quanzhonghua in one move. How did he do it? The sword in his hand must be extraordinary. That's right. With his strength, it's impossible for him to kill my big brother. He must have borrowed the power of a treasure. Even though they had seen Ling Xiao kill Wang Quanzhonghua with their own eyes, most of them did not believe that Ling Xiao had the strength to do so. They firmly believed that there was something wrong with the sword. On top of that, it was because I underestimated the enemy too much. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't explain. The more others underestimated him, the more advantageous it was for him. Even if it's not his true strength, the power of that treasure is still extremely terrifying. What should we do? Tu Hongtian frowned and asked, "Do you want to continue?" Ling Xiao held the crimson blood demon sword in his hand, as though he was with the Massacre Emperor. That kind of powerful confidence made him even more fearless of these people. Ling Xiao, if you don't hand over the young miss now, you will definitely regret it. 1 month later, the Overlord will come out of seclusion. At that time, even if Huangdi stops him, it will be useless. Tu Hongtian shouted coldly. 1 month. That's about enough. Ling Xiao smiled and said, 1 month later, there's no need for him to come. I will go to the Eternal Palace to propose marriage. Everyone present, please spread the news. 1 month later, I, Ling Xiao, will hold an official wedding with you Feng Hua at the Eternal Palace. What an arrogant brat. 1 month later, you really dare to come? Tu Hongtian was stunned for a moment. He really did not expect Ling Xiao to be so daring. How dare he? He's just stalling for time. Wang Quanzhonghua scolded. Why don't the 4 of us join forces and kill him today to prevent endless troubles in the future? Can you do it? Ling Xiao knew that Yu Qiushui would definitely not kill him. If the other 3 joined forces, even if the Beast Deities Union did not help, the martial artists of the Golden Sky region would be able to help him stop 2 of them. If it was just one of them, he had the confidence to kill him. Old man, you bastard. Right at this moment, Mo Jiao, who was knocked unconscious, suddenly woke up. A terrifying aura burst out. Bastard, if you dare to treat me like this again, I will sever all ties with you. Mo Jiao really did not expect Mo Qianqing to knock him unconscious. It almost made him an ungrateful person. Didn't you not want to offend the Eternal Palace? I will leave the Beast Deities Union. What I have done has nothing to do with the beast deities' union. All heaven devil dragon mirror. Mo Jiao was furious. He used the all heaven devil dragon mirror. Tens of thousands of devil dragons flew out from the all heaven devil dragon mirror. They blasted into the Eternal Emperor Regent's camp. In an instant, there were countless casualties. Dozens of divine physique, realm, martial artists died, tragically. Even the four supreme kings were battered and exhausted. They had underestimated their enemy. They originally thought that Mo Jiao was just a second-level divine physique realm martial artist, and his attacks would be ineffective against them. However, they miscalculated again. Mo Jiao actually had an emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns. What the hell? Why are the youngsters nowadays so terrifying? Tu Hong Tian frowned. It's not that the youngsters are terrifying. Didn't you notice? It seems like those who are related to Ling Xiao all have emperor artifacts with 9 dragon patterns. The black-clothed Supreme King, who had been silent all this while spoke. Who are you? That Ling Xiao is the key. Could it be that he has a treasury with 9 dragon patterns? He frowned. Don't forget, he went to the city of no return and came out the last. The black-clothed Supreme King said, I have an idea. It's impossible to take down this brat today. Why don't we wait for the sovereigns to come out of seclusion? Then we can send someone to deal with this brat secretly. He relies on treasures and will definitely let his guard down. Kill him, and all the treasures on him will be ours. Naturally, these words were spoken through voice transmission. Good idea. Tu Hong Tian nodded, then waved his hand and said, We will report everything that happened today to the Overlord Ancestor. No matter if it's the Golden City or the Beast Gods Union, just wait. Let's go. Everyone, take care. Remember that I will go to the Eternal Palace to ask for her hand in 1 month's time. I want to marry Yufeng Hua in a fair and square way. You better decorate the wedding venue grandly for me. Ling Xiao suddenly said, Come if you have the guts. After saying that, the martial artist from the Eternal Palace took Wang Quanzheng's corpse and left. Ha ha ha, Brother Ling, you are too fierce. I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. Mo Jiao laughed and said, However, are you really going to the Eternal Palace in 1 month's time? That is the enemy's nest. Moreover, the Eternal Emperor will come out of seclusion in 1 month's time. It will be very dangerous. Speaking until here, Mo Jiao frowned. Of course I will go. Ling Xiao, will keep my word. You can rest assured and wait to attend my wedding. When the time comes, it will definitely be a grand occasion. Ling Xiao smiled. Truly a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Mo Qianxing sneered. Do you know how terrifying the Eternal Emperor is? You don't understand at all. In this world, nothing can be done just by being hot-blooded. Am I ignorant, or are you too cowardly? As the leader of the Beast Gods Union, you actually don't have any courage. Forget it. For the sake of Mo Jiao, I don't want to say more. We'll part ways here. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. End of chapter. Chapter 46-81. Ling Xiao was ready to leave. His next stop was the Golden City. There should be many martial artists who were as strong as his original body. He should be able to reach the divine physique echelon in a month. Once his original body reached the divine physique echelon, that would be the day he and Yufeng Hua got married. Fire Emperor, please return to the Golden City first. I'm going to the 3,000 Sacred City. It's been a long time, and I'm worried about the Battle Alliance. Ling Xiao said, Do you want me to go with you? Yang Shui said calmly, Thank you. Ling Xiao didn't reject her, with such a powerful martial artist as his companion. the martial goddess who once commanded the winds and clouds in the 3,000 sacred city. It would definitely strengthen the Battle Alliance's position. Then I'll wait for you in the Golden City. The Fire Emperor smiled. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded and looked at the crowd. Why is my disciple nowhere to be seen? He was referring to Dong Huangyu. The Fire Emperor took out a letter and passed it to Ling Xiao. She disappeared early in the morning. She only left this letter behind. Ling Xiao opened the letter and read it. The general content was to tell him not to worry and that her family had taken her to the country of eternity. The country of eternity? Ling Xiao was stunned. If it was before, he might not know what the country of eternity was. However, after obtaining the Massacre Emperor's blood, he had some understanding of that place. Wasn't Dong Huangyu's family in the Golden Sky region? What was going on? What a mess. However, this is indeed Yu Yu's handwriting, and there are no signs of her being coerced. It seems like she's really fine. It's fine as long as she's fine. Ling Xiao shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well stop thinking about it. Let's go. Everyone left the Beast Deities Alliance. Then they left the chaotic desert. However, Ling Xiao's legendary name was left here. Ling Xiao was the only one flying at high speed in the sky. Yang Shi and Yu Fanghua were chatting in the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. The two of them really hit it off at first sight, chatting happily with each other. Ling Xiao had been worried that they wouldn't have anything to say. At this time, Ling Xiao had already changed his appearance. Even his aura was different from before. The abilities of the Yin-Yang Demon King were indeed useful. The reason for this was that Ling Xiao did not want the people of the chaotic desert sea to know that he had gone there. After all, he had offended quite a few people in the chaotic desert ocean. Furthermore, the various major powers were probably still coveting the treasures on him. Although he wasn't afraid, he found it troublesome. The truth was just as he had expected. The moment he left the chaotic sand sea, he felt that many people were staring at him. To be exact, these people were staring at every martial artist that came out of the chaotic desert sea. She was still holding his portrait in her hand. This bunch of bastards really didn't want to give up. Fortunately, he had changed his appearance. These people definitely wouldn't recognize him, walking out of the chaotic desert sea without changing his expression. Ling Xiao continued to fly in the direction of the Golden Heavens region. Suddenly, a few figures appeared in front of him. The Tai Chi eye could roughly determine their strength. All of them were divine physique echelon experts. Stop! There were a total of 6 people blocking the way from the chaotic desert sea to the Golden Heavens region. Almost every person that passed by was strictly interrogated. Ling Xiao stopped and looked at the 6 figures indifferently. Seniors, what can I do for you? You're a martial artist from the Golden Heavens region, right? Yes. You know someone called Ling Xiao? Of course I do. Ling Xiao made a name for himself in the chaotic desert sea this time. Where is he? The 6 people's faces suddenly turned gloomy. Why are you looking for him? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Why? That brat Ling Xiao actually dared to kill a martial artist from the Eternal Emperor region. What do you think we're going to do? One of them approached Ling Xiao with a sneer and said, Who asked you to be from the Golden Heavens region? Go to hell too. That person suddenly slapped Ling Xiao's head. However, at that moment, a sword pierced through his body. Then his essence was sucked dry in an instant. The most terrifying thing about the Void God's sword was that it could kill the opponent no matter where it stabbed. The Ling Xiao you're looking for is me. Ling Xiao released his martial soul barrier as he sneered. He definitely couldn't let these guys escape. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 figures dashed out at the same time. The ultimate god Ling Xiao, the demon lord Ling Xiao, the overlord Ling Xiao, Yang Shi, and Yu Fenghua. In just an instant, there was only one person left on the other side. This person was deliberately left behind by Ling Xiao. Who sent you here? Ling Xiao knew very well that these people didn't tell the truth before, although he was also unhappy with the Eternal Emperor region. But he also couldn't let the real murderer escape. That person didn't answer and directly committed suicide. However, he thought that he could escape pain like this. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao used the heavenly demon eye at the moment he committed suicide. I see. Is it the Abyss Devil region? They really can't wait for me to die. Ling Xiao smiled. The Abyss Devil region probably hated him the most in the 4 regions and 9 realms. It was because of him that the Abyss Devil region's plan fell short. Let's go. Ling Xiao wasn't very surprised. He used the Void God's sword to suck the essence of the corpses dry and then burn them. He continued to go to the 3,000 holy cities. What he did in the chaotic sand sea would definitely anger some people. There would be trouble. He had already expected it. Fighting Soul's sacred city, the core of the Battle Alliance, could also be considered the capital city. The current Fighting Soul sacred city had a very high status in the 3,000 holy cities. It was also ranked in the top 10. On the streets, there were many heavenly core warriors coming and going, and there were even warriors at the extreme realm of the core realm. It wasn't like before, when an Earth core warrior could become the top warrior in the Fighting Soul sacred city. After Ling Xiao's torment, they had become a lot stronger, and it had only been a few months. If they were given more time, they would become even stronger and more terrifying. The legend of the rise of Fighting Soul Sacred City was still being spread by the people. Ling Xiao's battle with a divine physique realm martial artist was almost regarded as a legend. The entire 3,000 holy cities knew about it. Of course, it was even more widely spread in the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao left the 3,000 holy cities and went to the chaotic sand sea. He was probably killed on the way. The news in the 3,000 holy cities was very limited. Even if Ling Xiao turned the chaotic sand sea upside down, the news would only spread to the Golden City. Almost no one in the 3,000 holy cities knew about it. Many people didn't even know what the chaotic sand sea looked like. There was a rumor saying that Ling Xiao had died in the terrifying chaotic sand sea. After all, it was not a place where ordinary people could go. Suddenly, on the path leading to the Fighting Soul Sacred City, a figure descended at lightning speed. His handsome face was chiseled. Although he was young, there was no immaturity on his face. There was only determination and confidence, especially that pair of eyes. They seemed to hide many stories. This man was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, who had regained his original appearance. End of chapter. Chapter 4682. Ling Xiao had already returned to his original appearance. Since he had already returned to his lair, there was no need to continue disguising himself. Standing there, Ling Xiao looked around. The Fighting Soul Sacred City had obviously been expanded, but the strange thing was that the defensive formations seemed to have been bombarded many times. Although it was not damaged, there was a great loss. Could it be that during my absence, someone actually attacked the Fighting Soul Sacred City? Ling Xiao frowned, and his face did not look too good. Originally, he thought that with Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun, even if the Fighting Soul Sacred City could not develop, it would not be bullied. But now, it seemed that something special had happened. Stop! Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the Fighting Soul Sacred City, a person suddenly blocked his way. State your identity and purpose. The cultivator who blocked Ling Xiao's path had already reached the extreme realm of core. However, he should have joined the Fighting Soul Alliance after he left. Otherwise, It would be impossible for him not to recognize his handsome face. Zhang Fan was extremely nervous. Ever since the great sacred lord left the 3,000 sacred city, the Fighting Soul Alliance had been instigated and poached from having more than half of the 3,000 sacred city. Now, only the Fighting Soul Sacred City was left. If not for the powerful defensive formation of the Fighting Soul Sacred City, it would have been destroyed. It was not that they were too weak. In fact, their development was very fast. However, the enemy seemed to have invited a powerful existence from the Golden City. Such an existence could subdue ancestor Scarlet Flame in one move. Therefore, they really had no choice. Many warriors of the Fighting Soul Alliance poured into the Fighting Soul Sacred City, unwilling to surrender to the enemy. But the city had already fallen. Now, the number of warriors in the Fighting Soul Sacred City was close to 1 million. The daily consumption of resources was a huge number, if not for the large amount of resources that Ling Xiao had left behind when he left. Perhaps even cultivation would be a problem. Just a few days ago, the enemy led by Scarlet Sun Sacred City had just attacked the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Although they did not take it down, it made the warriors in the city nervous. In front of him, another mysterious young expert had appeared. As a warrior guarding the city, Zhang Fan was really nervous. The other party's strength was extremely terrifying. Although he was younger than him, he gave him an unfathomable and terrifying feeling. If he wanted to, the other party could probably kill him in a single move. However, as a member of the Battle Alliance, he could not retreat. No matter how strong the enemy was, he had to hold on. Go inform the Lord Saint. Such a strong enemy could only be dealt with by inviting experts. The Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City was naturally Jiang Nan. Other than the 3 masters, the strongest people in Fighting Soul Sacred City were Jiang Nan, Gao Shun, Kill the Wolf, Lion Master Bao, and Yi Linyan. Seeing that the other party was so responsible, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. He smiled faintly and said, "Get out of the way. You are definitely not my match. I can kill you with a single finger." While speaking, Ling Xiao deliberately released a terrifying aura. It made Zhang Fan tremble all over. How terrifying! This person was probably even more terrifying than the 3 great experts of the Battle Alliance. No, this was the rule of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Now that we are in a state of war, if you want to go in, you have to state your purpose and identity. Also, you need a guarantor. This was also a helpless action. In a state of war, it was always unreasonable, but it was necessary. Otherwise, if the enemy sneaked in, the consequences would be unimaginable. "I can still go in after killing you." Ling Xiao smiled. "It doesn't matter. The remaining people of the Battle Alliance are all warriors who have been through countless battles. Even if you kill me, you can't go in." Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and threw caution to the wind. The reason why he chose the Battle Alliance was because he worshipped Ling Xiao. He worshipped that incomparably legendary figure. We are all worshippers of the Great Lord. We exist to protect the dignity of the Great Lord. No one can disobey the rules. Great Lord? Are you talking about Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Interesting. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive, but the people of the Battle Alliance were still loyal to him. As expected of a red seedling, most of them came from the Heavenly Empire. Your great lord has already died in the chaotic sand ocean. Do you still worship a dead person? Ling Xiao said indifferently. As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt a strong battle intent from Zhang Fan. "Our great lord won't die. Who are you? How dare you spread rumors?" Zhang Fan said coldly. "Although I'm not your opponent, you disrespected the great lord. Perhaps I'll have to ask for your advice. If you attack, you'll really die. Ling Xiao still had a calm smile on his face. He was very satisfied with this guy called Zhang Fan. Fighting to protect the honor of the great lord. I have no regrets, even if I die. Kill. Zhang Fan finally attacked. He unsheathed his long sword and wildly stabbed it at Ling Xiao. As a martial artist in the ultimate core stage, his performance was already very strong. Unfortunately, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was a bit weak. The violent sword chi suddenly vanished into thin air. It was because of those two fingers. Ling Xiao's two fingers tightly clamped the long sword. The long sword couldn't move no matter how hard he tried. What? Zhang Fan revealed a look of horror. He had already overestimated his opponent, but when he attacked, he realized how terrifying his opponent was. He used all his strength, but he couldn't make the long sword move at all. Who was this person? It was simply too terrifying. Moreover, he was so young. Although he was afraid, he didn't admit defeat. He still gritted his teeth and circulated his true essence to resist. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Crack! The weapon in his hand, a divine-grade, heavenly emperor artifact, shattered in an instant. Zhang Fan was also sent flying by the violent force. But strangely, he wasn't injured. You're very good. It's a pity that you lack good martial skills. Ling Xiao smiled. It seemed that returning this time was absolutely the right choice. He had a large number of cultivation methods and magic treasures to leave in the Battle Alliance. The Battle Alliance had to become stronger. At least when he wasn't around, they wouldn't have to fear the enemy. Otherwise, he would never be able to leave in peace. Zhang Fan, what's the situation? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Ling Xiao recognized that this voice belonged to Kill the Wolf. He smiled. His old friend had finally arrived. Holy Lord, City Lord, this person actually said that the great Holy Lord is already dead. He even wants to barge into the Battle Soul sacred city. Zhang Fan turned around and shouted loudly, "Bastard!" Before the person arrived, a terrifying killing intent had already erupted. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. Kill the Wolf was still as wild as before. This violent temper, when the person came closer, he was suddenly stunned. Jiang Nan and Kill the Wolf were both stunned. Behind them were many familiar faces to Ling Xiao. All of them were stunned. Jiang Nan had become more mature and steady than before, and his strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he was already a martial artist at the first level of the Shattered Core realm. However, this cultivation base was actually a little behind. Mobile version website. Chapter 4683. Kill the Wolf was much stronger than Jiang Nan. He had reached the 5th level of the Shattered Core realm. This guy's cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's, but now he was surpassed by Ling Xiao. If his cultivation was surpassed, there was no need to talk about his strength. The two of them were not on the same level at all. However, friends were friends, and that would never change. Kill the Wolf looked at Ling Xiao and was stunned. The tall and burly man actually had tears streaming down his face as he wept bitterly. He was an extremely ferocious powerhouse on the battlefield who made his enemies tremble in fear. Now he was crying. He was wailing loudly. "Brat, you're not dead yet." Kill the Wolf suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao and hugged him tightly. "Damn you, you scared me to death. I told you, you're a cat with 9 lives. How could you die so easily? Great Saint Lord, who is that? Why is Kill the Wolf City, Lord, so emotional?" Zhang Fan was stunned. "He's your idol, and also the great Saint Lord of the Battle Alliance," Jiang Nan said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was immediately stunned. He did not expect that the young and powerful martial artist in front of him was his idol. The great Saint Lord of the Battle Alliance, Ling Xiao. All right, stop crying. I'm back now, aren't I? Ling Xiao patted Kill the Wolf's shoulder with a smile. He could feel that this person was under a lot of pressure and grievances. It was probably caused by the recent attack on the Battle Alliance. Brother, we're useless. We couldn't even protect the territory you conquered. Kill the Wolf wiped his tears and said, with some self-blame, "Don't say that. Everyone has a time when they can't do anything. It's already good that you can hold on." Ling Xiao did not blame these people at all. Even he would encounter opponents who were so strong that he could not do anything, let alone them. Then he looked at Zhang Fan and said with a smile, "This kid is not bad. Let me give you something." Ling Xiao casually gave Zhang Fan an emperor artifact with a dragon pattern on it. Monarch weapons had never appeared in the 3,000 sacred cities. Even the best items the big shots had were monarch weapons without dragon patterns. This item could be said to be the best item in the 3,000 holy city. Ling Xiao, aren't you harming him by giving this to him? Kill the Wolf was also shocked. One had to know that treasuring a jade ring was a crime. Don't worry. Soon, our Battle Alliance's elite cultivators will be able to use emperor weapons with dragon patterns. Ling Xiao smiled. These were the monarch armaments he had taken from the world of souls, the monarch armaments he had taken from the Jade Flower Divine Sect, and the monarch armaments he had taken from the Deep Sea Dragon region. Apart from the 9 dragon inscriptions monarch weapon, there were over 100,000 monarch armaments, ranging from 1 to 8 monarch armaments. If he added the monarch weapons without dragon patterns, he would have over 1,000,000. This was a huge amount of wealth. He believed that with these items and the cultivation methods and secret manuals, the Battle Alliance's strength would soar in a short period of time. Thank you, Great Saint Master. Zhang Fan respectfully received the dragon-patterned Emperor artifact sword. His eyes were filled with excitement. The others also looked at him with envy. Let's go in. Ling Xiao nodded at Zhang Fan, then looked at Jiang Nan and Kill the Wolf. The 3 of them stepped into the Battle Soul Sacred City together. The current situation of the Battle Soul Sacred City was not good. There were many people in the city, but resources were scarce. It was almost to the point where it could not hold on any longer. Even so, these people did not betray them. It seemed that they had really withstood the test. Jiang Nan, announce my return. Also, tell everyone that their loyalty and tenacity is about to reap the rewards. I brought back a lot of resources. Not to mention anything else. Just the resources in Yuhuajun and the Dragon Emperor's storage rings were enough for the entire Golden Heavens region to use for 10 years. Now, it was only a small battle alliance. These resources were simply astronomical. Yes, Jiang Nan excitedly hurried to announce this matter. She could see that Ling Xiao's return this time was not only much stronger, but also a huge harvest. Kid, you're rich. Kill the Wolf laughed. Ling Xiao smiled and told him about how he destroyed the Yuhua Divine Sect and the Deep Sea Dragon Domain. Why are you kneeling? After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he saw Kill the Wolf kneeling there. I want to sing Conquer for you. Kid, you're not making up lies, are you? I don't know about the Yuhua Divine Sect, but the Deep Sea Dragon Domain is one of the 4 great domains. You actually destroyed it? Damn. Are you trying to scare me to death? Although Kill the Wolf trusted Ling Xiao very much, this news was too shocking. To be precise, I destroyed the Dragon Emperor and other experts of the Deep Sea Dragon Domain. Ling Xiao smiled and said, and I had the help of the Fire Emperor, Valkyrie, and others. That's more like it. Kill the Wolf stood up and slightly believed it. He felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't lie to him about this. Great Lord! The Great Lord is back. On the way, he saw a few familiar faces. When they saw Ling Xiao, they all knelt down and bowed. "Rise, all of you. You've all worked hard these days. Now that I'm back, your good days are coming." Ling Xiao smiled and gently lifted his hand. Dozens of people were lifted up and stood up. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. The great Lord's strength had become terrifying. After Jiang Nan announced the news of Ling Xiao's return, the entire Battle Soul Sacred City was in a jubilant mood. In the past, the Battle Alliance had been forcefully established by the first Sacred Master with her own strength. Now he was back. This also meant that the Battle Soul Alliance's time to counterattack had arrived. However, some people were worried that the 3,000 Sacred City was different from before. The newly established Battle Monarch Alliance had 12 first-level Divine Body Echelon experts, 4 second-level Divine Body Echelon experts, and 1/3 level Divine Body Echelon expert. So what if Ling Xiao was back? It seemed like nothing could be changed. Soon, Ling Xiao arrived at his old residence. Many people were there, including Han Miankeo, Lion Xiaobao, Yi Lingyan, Zi Qinya, Zi Long, and Gao Shen. However, only 3 people were missing. Where are Patriarch Crimson Flame and the others? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. The 3 seniors have returned to the Golden City. Han Miankeo said calmly, "Wait, are you hiding something from me?" Ling Xiao frowned and said, "There's no need to hide anything. Tell me what's on your mind. I'm not a 3-year-old kid. I know what to do." They've been taken away. Zi Long was young and impetuous. He couldn't hide his thoughts. He said loudly, "Big brother, in order to protect us, the 3 seniors went to the Golden City to complain. Because a Divine Body Echelon expert from the Golden City interfered with the 3,000 Sacred Cities matter. However, just as they left the Sacred City, they were captured. The ones who took action were all Divine Body Echelon experts. The 3 of them couldn't do anything. Our spy in the Battle Monarch Alliance said that Patriarch Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were sent to the Golden City to be detained. It was an order from the Battle Monarch himself." Chapter 46-84. As for General Zhao Fengyan, he was brought to the Battle Monarch Alliance and thrown into the Purple Lightning Prison to suffer endless torture. They didn't want him to die, but they wanted him to suffer every day until his body turned into ashes. Zi Long told them everything in one breath. Zi Qinya glared at Zi Long. "You're just adding to our troubles. The other party is a subordinate of the Battle Monarch Alliance. It's useless. Even the first saint can't do anything about it." "Who says I can't do anything about it?" Ling Xiao's body released an extremely terrifying aura. This caused everyone present to tremble with fear. How can he be so strong? This aura feels like he's in the Divine Physique Echelon. Everyone was astonished. The difference between when Ling Xiao left and now was like heaven and earth. "Ling Xiao, don't be rash. The Battle Monarch Alliance is no match for the Battle Monarch Alliance now," Zi Qinya said hurriedly. Zi Long was also anxious. "I shouldn't have said anything. It's all my fault. I can't control myself." Ling Xiao said coldly, "Don't worry. I won't throw my life away. I just want the Battle Monarch Alliance to suffer my wrath. Senior Zhao Fengyan has done me a great favor. The Battle Monarch Alliance also owes him a great favor. How dare they make him suffer in the Purple Lightning Prison? I'm going to destroy the Battle Monarch Alliance. I must." Everyone could feel his terrifying, murderous aura. "To put your minds at ease, let's meet the 2 of them." Ling Xiao didn't want the Battle Monarch Alliance to worry about him. Then he released Yufang Hua and Yang Shui. The 2 of them released a terrifying aura in an instant. Yu Fang Hua was in the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Yang Shuyi was in the fourth level of the divine physique echelon. Oh my God, isn't that the goddess of martial arts? She's even stronger than the Battle Monarch Alliance. The goddess of martial arts, Yang Shuyi, was very famous in the 3,000 holy cities. She was even more famous than Ling Xiao. Her appearance immediately put everyone at ease. The other person is also terrifying. He's in the third level of the divine physique echelon. Where did the first Saint Lord find such a helper? Everyone was shocked. It's you. Hai Myung-ko was extremely excited. Back then, Yu Fenghua had gone to the immemorial tomb and saved her. She had even helped her improve her cultivation. Otherwise, she didn't know when she would be able to come here. Who is she? Many people looked at Hai Myung-ko and asked, Eternal Life Palace Princess Yu Fenghua, the only woman our first saint loves. When Hai Myung-ko said this, she could not help but feel bitter. What? Each of their identities was more shocking than the other. The Eternal Palace could be said to be the most powerful place in the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. The first saint was too domineering. She had actually obtained their help. Your Highness, just give the order. This time, it was the warlord who broke the rules, so he can do whatever he wants. Crown Prince. Hearing this address, everyone was stunned once again. What was going on? What emperor? They were all a little confused. You might not know this, but Emperor Huang Huangdi has officially conferred Ling Xiao as the Crown Prince of the Golden Heavens region, which means he is one of the successors of Emperor Huang Huangdi. Yu Fenghua said with a smile. Boom. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They could not imagine what Ling Xiao had done in the chaotic sand ocean to become the Crown Prince. This was too amazing, wasn't it? Damn. So you were telling the truth when you said that you destroyed the deep-sea dragon realm and killed the Dragon Emperor. Killed a wolf finally believed Ling Xiao's words. This was another bombshell. Everyone was blasted to the point that they couldn't tell what was going on. All right, now you believe that I can take revenge, right? Just stay in Fighting Soul Sacred City. I will be back soon. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he immediately flew into the air. On the way, he let Yu Fenghua and Yang Shuyi enter the Dongsheng Emperor ring again. He wanted to settle this matter by himself. Moreover, he had the strength to do so. They looked in the direction where Ling Xiao had disappeared. Everyone in the main hall still could not believe it. They thought that this was a dream. This guy is getting more and more terrifying. Hai Myung-ko said with a wry smile, It seems that there is nothing that he can't do. Even the goddess of martial arts calls him the Crown Prince. What else do we have to worry about? Pass down my order. When the great saint returns, it will be the time for our Fighting Soul Alliance to counterattack. We must let those traitors know that they have made a wrong choice. Yes, everyone was extremely excited. After suffering for a few months, they could finally vent all their anger. After seeing the smug faces of those traitors, they could finally tear those guys' ugly faces into pieces. This feeling was really great. In Fighting Soul Sacred City, everyone saw the 3 figures gliding across the sky above the city. Ling Xiao did it deliberately. He wanted to let the people of Fighting Soul Sacred City know that following Ling Xiao was not wrong, and guarding this place was not wrong. This is the true return of a king. Yes, we didn't wait in vain for so long. Everyone eagerly watched the 3 departing figures, their hearts filled with hope. In the old Scarlet Sun Sacred City, it had become the stronghold of Fighting Soul Alliance. A middle-aged man sat high in the main hall, surrounded by women. Obviously, he enjoyed this life. Ha ha, Lord Fighting Soul Alliance is worrying too much. They even sent a 3rd level divine physique echelon to deal with a small Fighting Soul Alliance. In my opinion, 12 first level divine physique echelon martial artists are more than enough. As for Zhao Fengyun, just kill him. Why throw him into the Purple Thunderbolt prison? It's a waste of time. The person who spoke was a 9th-level Shattered Core martial artist. Under normal circumstances, divine physique echelon martial artists would not appear in public. They would be engrossed in cultivation. Therefore, he became the leader of Fighting Soul Alliance, the leader on the surface. His strength was not inferior to Forefather Scarlet Flame and the others. Therefore, he did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. You want to use Zhao Fengyun as bait to lure Ling Xiao? That kid must have died in the chaotic sand ocean. It was unknown whether Fighting Soul Alliance had forgotten about the 3,000 holy cities or did not have time to mention it. Anyway, these people did not know what happened in the chaotic sand ocean. If they knew, they would not be so smug. They might even run away immediately. Leader, you're wrong. A figure slowly walked into the main hall. The middle-aged man waved his hand and asked the women to leave. Greetings, Ice General. The middle-aged man hurriedly knelt down. Get up. The white-clothed martial artist who was as cold as ice was a 1st-level divine physique echelon martial artist. The middle-aged man naturally did not dare to act rashly in front of him. Leader, you've been too relaxed these days. You even forgot that Ling Xiao is not an ordinary person. We can't be careless before we get news of his death. Ice General said coldly. The Ice General said coldly. After all, he is the champion of the Golden Battle. We can't underestimate him. The leader of Fighting Soul Alliance said with a smile, the champion of the Golden Battle is just a nobody in front of me. Chapter 46:85. If it wasn't for the powerful formation in Fighting Soul Sacred City, we would have broken through it a long time ago. The 3,000 holy cities will also be under the control of our warlord alliance. The leader of Fighting Soul Sacred City was in a bad mood. In the past few months, they had attacked Fighting Soul Sacred City nearly 100 times. Unfortunately, every time they would lose soldiers and generals, but they were unable to succeed. Leader, don't worry. The formation in Fighting Soul Sacred City is almost at its limit. It's only a matter of time before we take it down. As for that Ling Xiao, I don't know if he's dead or alive. It's so boring guarding here. Ice General said indifferently. Humph. Once we take down Fighting Soul Sacred City, I'll definitely kill everyone there. How dare they disobey Fighting King's order and refuse to submit to us? They'll only end up dying miserably. The leader of Fighting Soul Sacred City snorted coldly. At this moment, the Ice General suddenly stopped talking. After a while, he suddenly looked into the distance. He's here. Ling Xiao is here. We didn't wait in vain. When the leader of Fighting Soul Sacred City heard this, his face immediately lit up with joy. Men, bring Zhao Fengyun here. I want to play with this little guy. After a while, Zhao Fengyun was brought over. At this moment, Zhao Fengyun had been tortured beyond recognition. There was not an inch of skin on his body that was intact. Perhaps he had survived because of his strong will to live. Zhao Fengyun, Ling Xiao is here. I'll bring you to see him. The leader of Fighting Soul Sacred City sneered, and then flew into the sky. Two of his core fragmentation, realm subordinates, grabbed Zhao Fengyun and chased after him. When Zhao Fengyun heard Ling Xiao's name, his originally lifeless eyes revealed a trace of pain. He didn't want Ling Xiao to come, because he knew this was a trap. At this moment, there were still dozens of people hanging on the city gate tower of Scarlet Sun Sacred City. Some of them couldn't withstand the torture and were already dead. There were also many people who were on the verge of death. These were all Fighting Soul Sacred City's martial artists. After they were captured, they were directly hung on the city gate tower. They endured torture every day. No matter if they entered or left the city, the martial artists of Scarlet Sun's sacred city would play with them. As a result, not a single one of them was unscathed. It was too horrible to look at. Of course, there were also spies from the Battle Alliance in the crowd. These people had endured the humiliation and joined the Battle Monarch Alliance just to gather information. If they hadn't sent the news to Fighting Soul's Sacred City time and time again, Fighting Soul's Sacred City wouldn't have had the time to organize a defense. They were also unable to remove the spies from the Battle Alliance. Many of these people were discovered and hung together on the city gate tower. But death and fear did not make them submit. Therefore, there were still many people who persisted. Looking at those warriors on the city gate tower, those companions, their hearts were bleeding. Facing these people, they wanted to save them, but they were powerless. It was impossible for Fighting Soul's Sacred City to send a powerful cultivator to rescue them. Their only hope was Ling Xiao. Only the return of Ling Xiao could turn the tide. First Saint, will he come? The warriors who were hung on the city gate tower seemed to have reached their limits in a daze. The first prime you've been waiting for will be here soon. Right at this moment, the Battle Alliance's leader and Bing general appeared. The Battle Alliance's leader sneered. Too bad. Even if he comes, he'll be hung there like all of you. Ha 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 ha. Did you really think that a heavenly core warrior could fight a divine physique warrior? Maybe he has some secret skill that can fight one of you. But don't forget, we have 12 first-level divine physique warriors for second-level divine physique warriors and 1/3 level divine physique warrior. His arrival will only make all of you fall into despair. I'll let all of you see it. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from the horizon. Right at this moment, everyone could feel it. Bing General furrowed his brows. The Battle Alliance's leader furrowed his brows. What a terrifying killing intent. Who is it? Everyone, get ready for battle. Bing General said coldly, following his voice. In Scarlet Sun Holy City, a dense crowd of powerful martial artists soared into the sky. All of their auras were extremely terrifying. The sky was filled with warriors, like a swarm of locusts. Young Master, Xiao Fengyan closed his eyes in pain. He could feel that the person coming from afar was Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's aura was much stronger than before, it was still useless. Compared to the warriors from Battle King Alliance, he was too weak. This was no different from courting death. Although he was happy that Ling Xiao had come to save him, he didn't want Ling Xiao to die. Because of this, finally, a figure appeared in the horizon. He wore a green robe, and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. His body was emitting a terrifying killing intent. It's really Ling Xiao. He actually dares to come to Battle King Alliance. He's still as crazy as before. But it's different this time. He's here to court death. The cultivators of Scarlet Sun, Holy City, gloated as they looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. They were still afraid of Ling Xiao. First Saint Lord, don't come. Someone shouted from the top of the city wall. They were already satisfied that Ling Xiao had come. However, they couldn't let Ling Xiao die here. If he died, they wouldn't be able to avenge themselves. However, since Ling Xiao had come, how could he leave? His figure was getting closer and closer. He was near the city wall, facing tens of thousands of experts. His eyes flashed with a deathly madness. His body had already transformed into the ultimate heavenly rat. He also secretly activated the sun god's blood formation. At the same time, he entered the second level of the bloody rat. At this moment, there was only one word that kept flashing in his mind. Kill. You've all worked hard. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the people on the city wall. These people were all his loyal warriors. They wouldn't betray him even if they died. He would never let them suffer in vain. He would avenge them. Ling Xiao is here. There's no point in keeping you alive. Men, Go and kill those people. Those martial artists hanging on the city gate tower were originally used to provoke Ling Xiao to appear. Now that Ling Xiao had appeared, these people naturally had to be killed. The battle alliance's lord called out to Ling Xiao. Dozens of extreme core realm warriors leapt towards those people. They were going to end their lives. Saint Ground demonic shadow. Ling Xiao's figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already on top of the city wall, facing the dozens of extreme core realm warriors who were leaping towards him. He disdainfully swung his sword. It was just a normal attack. A sword beam swept across. The dozens of warriors were all sliced in half, and their dantians were shattered. These divine core warriors' weak points were still their dantians. What? Everyone was shocked by what they saw. In an instant, Ling Xiao completed the counterattack and the rescue. Those extreme core realm warriors were like locusts in front of him. They were easily torn apart. Chapter 4686. Come in. Ling Xiao put all the martial artists hanging on the city wall into the Dongsheng Emperor ring, although this would make him bear a lot of weight. However, this was the safest way to do it. The spies in the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that the time for their counterattack was coming. Battle Monarch Alliance, none of you will live today. I'm going to massacre the city. Ling Xiao was usually very careful and didn't want to kill too much. But today, he couldn't control his killing intent anymore. Looking at Zhao Fingyun's pitiful state, he only had one thought in mind. Destroy the Battle Monarch Alliance. Ha ha, although you surprised me, that's all there is to it. You want to massacre the city? Let's see if you have the ability. After a moment of surprise, the Battle Monarch Alliance chief returned to normal. He thought that Ling Xiao only had outstanding movement techniques. He didn't need to care about that. Young lord, you shouldn't have come. Zhao Fengyun looked at Ling Xiao weakly and sighed. It's fine if I die, but you can't die. If you die, there won't be any hope for revenge. Big brother Zhao, I won't die. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. Suddenly, he released the Dragon God Frost Array and the Ocean God Yellow Springs Array at the same time. A chilling aura was released. Everyone was frozen at that moment. Ling Xiao had already noticed it when he arrived here. The strongest martial artist here was only at the first level of the divine physique echelon. It seemed like the third and second level divine physique echelon martial artists weren't here. This way, his array diagram would be able to unleash its full potential. The moment they were frozen, the yellow springs filled the entire Scarlet Sun sacred city, except for the spies with special marks on their bodies. The rest were swallowed by the yellow springs water. Everyone's face was filled with fear. No one expected Ling Xiao to be so powerful. A large number of martial artists were killed by Ling Xiao's first attack. Less than 1/3 of them were left. Basically, martial artists below the half-step divine body realm couldn't survive in this world of ice and snow and the Yellow Spring River. At this moment, the 12 first-level divine physique echelon martial artists in the crowd had already recovered from the ice. However, they still needed to circulate a large amount of true essence to expel the cold chi. As for the leader of the Battle Monarch Alliance, he was still frozen. Although he wasn't dead yet, it was obvious that he was terrified. After the first wave of attacks, Ling Xiao put away the Ocean God Yellow Springs Array diagram. This was used to clear the area. After clearing out all the trash, it was time to do the real thing. Ling Xiao, who had descended like a demonic god, had taken the lives of tens of thousands of people with a single move. Furthermore, these people were all experts. Basically, all the elites of Battle Monarch Alliance had been wiped out. The rest were the best of the best, and the rest were trash. Those trash were lucky that they didn't stay in Scarlet Sun's sacred city. If they were here, they would probably end up in the same miserable state. Not good. Someone suddenly shouted because they realized that Zhao Fengyun had suddenly disappeared. In the chaos just now, Zhao Fengyun had already been saved by Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan to leave after saving her. He wanted to kill. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent the anger in his heart. Are you the leader of Battle Monarch Alliance? Ling Xiao instantly appeared in front of the leader of Battle Monarch Alliance and took the initiative to remove the ice on his body. Then, he placed the Void God sword on his neck. That's right, I'm the leader of Battle Monarch Alliance. Do you dare to kill me? This guy was still acting tough, even when a blade was placed on his neck. Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao sneered. I'm the leader appointed by Lord Battle Monarch. If you dare to kill me, Lord Battle Monarch will definitely not let you go. The leader of Battle Monarch Alliance said with disdain. Battle Monarch Huang Jinlan? Don't worry. After killing you, I'll kill him. How dare he hurt my family? Even if he's the king of heaven, Ling Xiao, won't let him go. So, you should prepare to die in peace. The corners of Ling Xiao's lips curled up into a cold smile. Killing Huang Jinlan was no longer a pipe dream. He could really do it. Although his original body wasn't Huang Jinlan's match, he had the powerful combination of three. Not to mention Battle Monarch Huang Jinlan. He could even fight Monarch Huang Jinlan. Ling Xiao, you really know how to brag. Although you've become extremely powerful today, you still have to die. I've waited for so long, and finally, I have a chance to kill you. This time, I won't miss this chance. The person who spoke was the Sword Soul City's sacred leader. This person was really good at enduring. He had endured until now, thinking that he had found a chance to kill Ling Xiao. He believed that although Ling Xiao had killed so many martial artists in an instant, he still had a chance. Against a divine physique, realm martial artist, he didn't stand a chance. It was the same even against a half-step divine physique, realm martial artist like him. I didn't kill you before, because you were trash. Today, you're just as trash. Do you think that you can ride on top of me, Ling Xiao, just because you've become a half-step divine physique realm martial artist? Ridiculous and stupid. Ling Xiao looked at the Sword Soul City's sacred leader with disdain. Since you want to die, after killing this so-called alliance master, you'll be next. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Don't talk big. You dare to be so arrogant in front of so many experts. We were caught off guard by you, but it doesn't mean that you're stronger than us. The Sword Soul City's sacred leader sneered. Is that so? Ling Xiao chuckled. I'm going to kill this idiotic alliance master now. Who can stop me? Ling Xiao's sword pierced into the Battle King Alliance's leader's body. No. It wasn't that the alliance master wasn't afraid of death, but he felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to kill him. That was why he was so calm. However, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to stab his sword into the alliance master's body. The alliance master felt the essence in his body crazily surging out. Let him go. The ice general roared. Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you're loud? If you have the ability, come and save him. You only know how to roar. Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. He circulated his true yuan, and the reverse god technique absorbed the essence even more crazily. The alliance master of the Battle King Alliance was sucked dry in an instant. Seeing this scene, even the divine physique realm martial artists felt their hearts tremble. This Ling Xiao was too scary. The way he killed people was too terrifying. The Battle Alliance's spies had already arrived at Ling Xiao's side. Seeing this scene, they felt incomparably refreshed. During this period of time, they had seen too many Battle Alliance martial artists being tortured and killed. Today, they could finally vent their anger. Kill them until the sky turned dark. Kill them until the sun and moon lost their light. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If he didn't kill all these bastards, how could Ling Xiao face the relatives of the dead Battle Alliance martial artists? These people had all died for him. He had to take revenge. Only then could he vent his anger. End of chapter. Chapter 46:87. Young lord, run. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Zhao Fengyun's weak voice came from the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Brother Zhao, I've told you that Scarlet Sun Sacred City will become a purgatory today. Everyone who was involved in this matter must die. Ling Zhao's voice was filled with confidence and killing intent. Kill him. Kill him now. Ice General roared. All the half-step divine body, realm martial artists pounced on Ling Xiao. The violent aura made Zhao Fengyun's expression change. However, Ling Xiao only sneered. A giant frost, divine, dragon appeared in the Dragon God Frost array diagram. With a terrifying chill, it pounced on all the martial artists. Help! I don't want to die. Cries of agony could be heard as the ferocious frost divine dragon devoured the martial artists. They struggled with all their might. They resisted with all their might. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. The powerful frost divine dragon was equivalent to the attack of a first-level divine body realm martial artist. Who could stop a mere half-step divine body realm martial artist? The terrifying chill froze half the sky. Countless martial artists fell from the sky like ice sculptures. The chill of the frost divine dragon was much scarier than the initial chill of the Dragon God Frost array diagram. At this moment, Ice General finally couldn't take it anymore. He finally released the aura of a divine body realm martial artist. Originally, he wanted the half-step divine body realm martial artist to test Ling Xiao's strength for him. However, he realized that Ling Xiao liked to use ice element attacks. It was no threat to him. Seeing that Ice General was about to make a move, the Sword Spirit Sacred Leader let out a sigh of relief. He was scared to death just now. Luckily, he didn't charge forward foolishly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape death. Now that Ice General had made a move, Ling Xiao wouldn't stand a chance anymore. At this moment, another terrifying aura came from the sky. Another first-level divine body, realm martial artist, had arrived. General Feng. The remaining battling Monarch League martial artists were pleasantly surprised. If it was just Ice General, they wouldn't have had much confidence. However, with Ice General and General Feng working together, Ling Xiao wouldn't stand a chance. Ling Xiao, you finally appeared. If you surrender now, perhaps Lord Battle King will spare your life. General Feng said coldly, "What's the point of wasting words with him? He killed so many of our people. He will definitely die today." The Ice General roared. "Not only will he die, everyone in Fighting Soul Sacred City will die with him." Hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with viciousness. Originally, after killing so many people, he was already considering whether he should continue killing. However, the Ice General's words made him completely give up on this idea. These people must be killed. There was nothing to sympathize with. Surrender without a fight. What's the point of saying such things now? Ling Xiao said coldly. As he spoke, he glanced at Ling Tian's martial spirit. It couldn't be helped. He was only a 6th-level core, shattering stage martial artist now. The only way to defeat a divine physique realm martial artist was to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. This was because the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was the key to making up for the gap between true Yuan and divine Yuan. Otherwise, even if he could win, it would be very difficult. There were many enemies today. He didn't want to underestimate them. It wouldn't be good if he got himself killed. the reverse god sword in his right hand and the crimson blood demon sword in his left hand. Ling Xiao was going to start a massacre today. Beast god sky-devouring flash. As Ling Xiao roared, a small circular formation was formed on the crimson blood demon sword in his left hand. A terrifying giant beast roared. Once the flash burst out, in an instant, it pierced through the bodies of two divine physique realm martial artists. They were killed instantly. The Ice General and the Wind General dodged quickly enough to avoid death. After all, they were the strongest among the 12 divine physique realm martial artists. Reverse God Art, linear form. Almost at the same time, the reverse God Art burst out from the reverse God sword in his right hand. The linear form was slashed out. Although it was simple, its lethality was extremely terrifying. Another two divine physique realm martial artists were slashed in half at the waist and lost their vitality at the same time. This happened in the blink of an eye, but it shocked the group of people. Was this Ling Xiao? Wasn't he a heavenly core martial artist? How could he be so terrifying? Ling Xiao seemed to have left the sword spirit saint alive on purpose to make him fearful, so he didn't kill him. Instead, he targeted the divine physique realm martial artists. All the divine physique realm martial artists trembled in fear. When they wanted to escape, they suddenly realized that they were trapped in Ling Xiao's formation. They couldn't escape at all. How could this guy be so powerful? Killing divine physique realm martial artists is like slaughtering dogs. The Ice General and the Wind General no longer had the arrogance they had before. They were already very lucky to be able to keep their lives. As for the Sword Spirit Saint, he was already trembling in fear, and he couldn't even say a word. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao was actually powerful to this extent? Didn't you want to kill me? Why aren't you doing it? Ling Xiao looked at the remaining 8 divine physique realm martial artists mockingly. If you guys aren't going to attack, then I will. Repent for your sins. Holy ground demonic shadow. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. Another divine physique realm martial artist was directly pierced through. His essence was instantly sucked dry. 7 left. Don't worry, Sword Spirit Saint. You will be the last one to die. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure disappeared again, killing one in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Ling Xiao's massacre began in the Scarlet Sun Holy City, and no one could stop him. Run! Run! The Ice General revealed a terrified expression as he watched his companions being killed one after another. He finally understood why Ling Xiao dared to come to the Scarlet Sun Holy City by himself. He was simply a madman, a terrifying madman. His strength was so strong that it was terrifying. In the following massacre, Ling Xiao killed 1 person with each strike, and he continuously used the Beast God's sky-devouring flash and unification form. He was training his combat skills in battle. Now, only the 2 of you are left. Come, die bravely. Ling Xiao stood there and said coldly as he looked at the Ice General and General Wind General. In his eyes, the Sword Spirit Saint, who was paralyzed with fear, was not a human at all. Ling Xiao, we are from the Golden City, and our status is not low. If you kill us, there will be no place for you in the entire Golden Sky region. General Wind said coldly, "Don't you think it's ridiculous to say this now? I have already killed 10 of you, and I don't mind killing 2 more. Forget it. I will tell you a good thing. I am now the Emperor of the Golden City, the Emperor of the Golden City. My status is the same as Huang Jinlan's. Do you think I will still be reprimanded if I kill you?" Ling Xiao sneered. "Impossible." The Ice General shook his head. "Impossible? Shi, tell him if it's possible or not." Ling Xiao wanted these people to die in extreme regret. Yang Shi came out of the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. She looked at the two people opposite her coldly. Valkyrie! The two people were not blind. Of course, they recognized Yang Shui, whose strength was even more terrifying than warlord Huang Jinlan. Chapter 4688. What he said is the truth. Yang Shui said indifferently, and he's the first successor of the Di Zun. Even the warlord's status is inferior to his. How can this be? How can this be? General Ice and General Wind were completely dumbfounded. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that something like this would happen. If they had known, they definitely wouldn't have made Ling Xiao their enemy. Even if it was the warlord's order, they wouldn't have dared to make Ling Xiao their enemy. Making an enemy of the crown prince, wouldn't that be courting death? All right, now that you know who I am, it's time for you to die. Ling Xiao struck with both swords. He used the beast god sky-devouring flash and the god-reversing art at the same time. He killed General Ice and General Wind. As for the sword spirit, Holy Lord, he was actually scared to death. Ling Xiao burned his body with fire, not giving him any chance to escape. After killing all the first-level Divine Body echelon martial artists, Ling Xiao went straight to the Crimson Sun Holy City's main hall. He sensed it. The remaining experts were all there. He stepped into the main hall. 5 powerful Divine Body echelon martial artists were already waiting there. 1 Divine Body echelon martial artist with 3 types. 4 second-level Divine Body echelon martial artists. Other than the Golden City, no one else could have such a lineup. No wonder the Battle Alliance couldn't defeat them. The warlord was really willing to pay a huge price. He actually sent such powerful experts to the 3,000 holy cities. The 3rd-level Divine Body echelon martial artist looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "Ling Xiao, you're indeed a terrifying existence. However, your cultivation is ultimately limited. You can kill 1st-level Divine Body echelon martial artists, but you can't kill us. I'm afraid even a 2nd-level Divine Body echelon martial artist can turn you into ashes. Therefore, your only way out now is to submit to the warlord. Become the warlord's weapon. That way, you can still live. Is your warlord worthy?" Ling Xiao mocked. "You only have one chance. Unfortunately, you missed it. What happens next will make you regret it forever. Surround him. Don't give him a chance to escape." The 3rd-level Divine Body echelon martial artist waved his hand lightly. The 4 second-level Divine Physique echelon martial artists immediately spread out and surrounded Ling Xiao. "Is that necessary?" Ling Xiao said sarcastically. "I can't bear to leave without killing you. Since the warlord has given me such a great gift, I will naturally accept it. You're as arrogant as ever. Although I don't know why you're so confident. You can only die today." A 3rd-level Divine Body echelon martial artist treated Ling Xiao as an ant that could be slaughtered at will. This was because he didn't know what had happened in the chaotic desert. If he knew that Ling Xiao had killed Wang Quan Tianming and Wang Quanzhenhua, who were both at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique echelon realm, he probably wouldn't be so confident. As expected, the ignorant are fearless. Do you think you've won? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, "Your confidence comes from the fact that you think you have more people. Moreover, he was powerful enough. Unfortunately, compared to me, he's still a little lacking. Supreme God, Supreme Demon, Supreme Emperor, God-defying Tao Tai, Supreme God Ling Xiao, who was at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique echelon realm. Supreme Demon Ling Xiao, who was at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique echelon realm. Supreme Ling Xiao, who was at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique echelon realm. God-defying Tao Tai, who was at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique echelon realm. The god-defying Taotai was the strength of the god-defying sword when it transformed into a Taotai. How can this be? The appearance of these beings completely shocked the three divine physique echelon martial artists. They were extremely shocked. They had never heard that Ling Xiao actually had such a terrifying twin brother. And a battle beast? Is it fun? These should be enough to deal with the five of you, right? Ling Xiao looked at the third-level divine physique echelon martial artist in ridicule and smiled faintly. Even if you're like this, we still have the advantage. The third-level divine physique echelon martial artist gritted his teeth. Haha, you won't cry until you see the coffin? All right, Fang Hua, Shui, come out. And my undead warriors. Yu Fang Hua, third level of the divine physique echelon. Yang Shui, fourth level of the divine physique echelon. 6 undead warriors at the first level of the divine physique echelon. This was what Ling Xiao got from reviving corpses. With his current cultivation and strength, he could already revive undead warriors at the first level of the divine physique echelon. Originally, they had surrounded Ling Xiao, but now it was Ling Xiao who had surrounded them, especially Yang Shui's appearance, which made them completely lose their fighting spirit. Yang Shui was an existence even more terrifying than the warlord. She alone was enough to destroy all of them. They were cowardly and fearful. They wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Ling Xiao had already surrounded this place with his martial soul barrier. How can this be? The martial artist at the third level of the divine physique echelon completely broke down. This time, in order to lure and kill Ling Xiao, they had racked their brains. They originally thought that 12 martial artists at the first level of the divine physique echelon could easily capture Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed. However, they didn't panic because of this. They thought that the 5 of them would still be able to capture Ling Xiao easily. They wouldn't give Ling Xiao any chance. Unfortunately, they miscalculated once again. Who would have thought that this would actually happen? Why would Ling Xiao be with the Valkyrie? Why would he have so many powerful experts by his side? This was completely incomprehensible. Valkyrie, do you really want to become enemies with the warlord? The martial artist at the third level of the divine physique echelon still wanted to use the warlord to threaten Ling Xiao. There's no need for Shui to do anything. Kill. Ling Xiao was all too clear about the strength of his clones. Every one of them was the most terrifying existence at the same level. The god-defying Taotai was even more terrifying. The 4 martial artists at the second level of the divine physique echelon didn't have any chance to resist and were easily killed. The martial artist at the third level of the divine physique echelon finally realized who he had offended. He had offended such a terrifying existence. At the moment of his death, he looked up at the sky and sighed. Oh, warlord, you shouldn't have offended this person. Unfortunately, his final repentance didn't have much meaning. He was still the body that was torn apart by the overlord Ling Xiao. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he felt that his cultivation had broken through again. There was only coldness in Ling Xiao's eyes. There was no sympathy at all. He had finally broken through to the 7th level of the Shattered Core realm. His strength had improved by another step. As for the warlord, he wouldn't forget him. The mastermind behind all of this was the warlord, so the warlord had to die. The next step was to wait for the 3,000 holy cities to settle down before heading to the Golden City. Big Brother Zhao, let's all return to the Fighting Soul Sacred City together. From now on, the 3,000 holy cities will completely change their name. Not the Fighting Soul Alliance, but the Celestial Empire. Ling Xiao now had the absolute strength to contend with the top forces in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Therefore, it was time for the Celestial Empire to step onto the stage of history. No one could stop it. Outside the Crimson Sun City, countless martial artists watched as Ling Xiao flew away. Their hearts were trembling. The Crimson Sun City had become a dead city. The upper management of the Fighting Soul Alliance had all died in battle. What Ling Xiao had to do next was to eliminate the traitors. Those who had betrayed the Fighting Soul Alliance had to be dealt with one by one. Of course, he didn't need to do this. He was going to leave the 6 undead warriors in the Fighting Soul Sacred City. With them around, the Fighting Soul Sacred City would no longer have any problems. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4689. Every undead warrior had a 9-dragon inscription monarch weapon. Since they were redundant and could only be looked at, they might as well strengthen the undead warriors. They were loyal guards who would never betray him. After doing all that, Ling Xiao stepped on the road to Golden City. He had already solved the biggest problem, so he could leave the rest to his subordinates. He believed in Haim Myung-ko and Jiang Nan's ability. Of course, before he left, he healed Zhao Fengyun and the rest. This time, he brought back many treasures from the Tomb of the Gods. There were also many more pills that could be refined. Even the 2 who were left with only their inner cores and had their bodies completely destroyed had rebuilt their bodies. After doing all that, Ling Xiao left with Yang Shuyi and Yufeng Hua. Yang Shuyi knew the way to Golden City, so it wasn't a problem for her to lead the way. In Golden City, there was a place called Warlord Hall. Forefather Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were imprisoned there. The atmosphere in Warlord Hall today was a little heavy. Warlord Huang Jinlan went into seclusion immediately after returning from the chaotic Sand Ocean. No one knew what triggered him. At that moment, news came from 3,000 sacred cities that Warlord Alliance was annihilated. All the divine physique realm experts were killed. This made the people of Warlord Hall extremely terrified. In order to take over 3,000 sacred cities, Warlord Hall sent 90% of the experts there. There were only 10 divine physique realm experts in Warlord Hall. The strongest one was at the 3rd level of the divine physique realm. If Warlord Hall didn't come out of seclusion, the situation would be very dangerous. Huang Jintong, who was at the 3rd level of the divine physique realm, looked at Warlord Hall's dungeon coldly. Bring Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus out. Just in case, I have to keep these 2 guys under my nose. Huang Jintong was the strongest existence in Warlord Hall other than Huang Jinlan. Forefather Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were imprisoned in the dungeon, so he couldn't be at ease. Huang Jinlan, you bastard, let me go. The voice was heard before the person arrived. It was obvious that it was Forefather Scarlet Flame. Huang Jintong frowned. Chihua, you'd better shut up. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. How dare you insult the warlord? How many heads do you have? Almost all the experts of the Champion Hall had come out. According to the time, about 10 days had passed since the incident in the 3,000 holy cities. In other words, Ling Xiao could come here at any time. They had to be on guard. Green Lotus Swordswoman sharply noticed Huang Jintong's nervousness and even fear. She could not help but laugh. Huang Jintong, why do you look so scared? Are you afraid because the Fire Emperor is coming? Cut the crap. The Flame Emperor and the Battle Emperor were both kings of the City of Gold. The Battle King's father, Huang Jinding, was a supreme king like the Fire King. If the Fire Emperor dared to come, Master Huang Jinding would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Save it. Huang Jingtong was extremely agitated. He was really unhappy. They didn't even fear the Flame Emperor, yet they had to fear a stinking brat. What kind of situation was this? No, you're clearly afraid. What are you afraid of? Green Lotus Swordswoman was smart enough to notice Huang Jingtong's uneasiness and anxiety. Afraid? Why would I be afraid? I'm just happy. Huang Jingtong sneered. That young Master Ling Xiao you're talking about might come here to save you soon. Don't you think I should be happy? That brat even dared to touch the people of the Battle Emperor Hall. This time, we must kill him. Young Master, hearing this, Forefather Crimson Flame was obviously anxious. Bastard, didn't the young master go to the chaotic sand ocean? Why is he here? Your great young master came back alive from the chaotic sand ocean. He probably knew about your matter, so he came here. So the two of you should obediently be hostages. I want you to watch that brat be killed. The more Huang Jingtong spoke, the more confident he became. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, could he be stronger than the Battle Emperor? Although the Battle Emperor was in seclusion, if the Battle Emperor Hall was in trouble, he would definitely come out. Moreover, he had Forefather Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman as hostages. So what if Ling Xiao came? He still had to hold back. Thinking of this, he gradually stopped being so nervous. A vicious plan took shape in his heart. Men, tie those two guys to the square and set up a formation around them. Guard them strictly. Just wait for Ling Xiao to come and die. Huang Jingtong sneered. Huang Jingtong, you F***king bastard. Kill me if you have the ability. Forefather Crimson Flame roared. Slap. Huang Jingtong slapped Forefather Crimson Flame's face from dozens of meters away. What's the use of howling now? It won't be long before you all die. Even the Fire Emperor won't be alive. This golden city belongs to our golden family. Who do you think Huang Jingtong will side with? Forefather Crimson Flame's face was swollen as he looked at Huang Jingtong with an extremely vicious gaze. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Become a ghost? Ha ha ha. Even if you want to become a ghost, you have to wait for your young master to do it together. Don't worry. Huang Jingtong laughed. Green Lotus Swordswoman didn't say a word at this time. When the two were tied to the execution rack, Green Lotus Swordswoman whispered to Forefather Crimson Flame, now that our cultivation has been crippled, we can't do anything. So let's just wait quietly. I believe in the young master. But Green Lotus, the young master has only been away for 2 months. Even if his strength has improved, it can't be that strong. Forefather Crimson Flame smiled bitterly. No, have you forgotten? The young master is a top genius in this world. His cultivation speed absolutely can't be estimated with common sense. You can tell just by looking at Huang Jingtong's frightened look. The young master must have done something that made him afraid. Green Lotus Swordswoman analyzed. Now that you mention it, it's true. Then we'll wait. Forefather Crimson Flame had no choice. Whether he believed Green Lotus Swordswoman's analysis or not, he could only wait. You two still have expectations for that kid. Let me tell you the truth. The reason why I'm afraid is because of Valkyrie Yang Shui. He was with Ling Xiao before and killed the experts of our Warlord Hall. But I just received news that Yang Shui appeared in the Fire Lord Hall. After all, she is also one of the kings of the Golden City. She doesn't dare to act recklessly in the Golden City. As for that Ling Xiao, he's just a piece of trash. Do you think I'm afraid of him? Beat him up. As long as you don't kill him, you can beat him however you want. I just want Ling Xiao to see their bloody faces. That's how satisfying it is. Huang Jingtong felt that his frightened look just now was too embarrassing, so he wanted to vent. At this moment, a figure approached at lightning speed. Huang Jingtong closed his mouth and looked into the distance. His body suddenly stood up. Damn, he really dares to come. Chapter 4690. Huang Jingtong had seen Ling Zhao's portrait before, so he recognized the person at a glance. Keep an eye on those two guys. Huang Jingtong flew over and stood in front of Green Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Although there was a formation set up in the square, he was still worried. That figure suddenly stopped. He looked at Huang Jingtong coldly, and a terrifying, murderous aura covered the sky. Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman both looked at Ling Zhao. Young master. Both of them looked a little ashamed. Seeing Ling Zhao's cultivation, they felt that they might as well die. Ling Zhao was only at the 7th level of the Shattered Core realm. With such a cultivation base, how could he possibly be a match for these guys? If they died, Ling Zhao wouldn't have to come here to die. Young master, leave quickly. You're no match for them. Ancestor Scarlet Flame roared. Ling Zhao shook his head gently and didn't say anything. It was unnecessary to say anything now. It was better to prove it with strength. He thought that after slaughtering Scarlet Sun's sacred city, he wouldn't be so angry anymore. But when he saw Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman, the murderous aura in his heart condensed again. So what if they were from Warlord Hall? They would still be slaughtered. So you're the Emperor's son personally conferred by Dizun. I think you're just SOSO. How can you be the Emperor's son with such a low cultivation? Dizun must be senile. The people of Warlord Hall were dissatisfied and disrespectful to Huang Jingtong because they had always wanted Huang Jinding, the warlord's father, to ascend the throne. Are you done? Then let Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman go. Maybe I can spare your lives and cripple all of you. Ling Zhao said coldly. How arrogant! Huang Jingtong snorted coldly. Kill him! He waved his hand, and hundreds of martial artists above the 8th level of the Shattered Core realm all charged at Ling Zhao. After seeing Ling Zhao's cultivation, Huang Jingtong relaxed. He was even a little contemptuous. He felt that the news that came back from the chaotic desert sea was most likely fabricated by someone. He wanted to exaggerate Ling Zhao's strength, so that Ling Zhao could become the emperor. Therefore, a group of core-shattering realm warriors who were much stronger than Ling Zhao was obviously more than enough. Looks like the negotiations have broken down. Ling Zhao revealed a cold smile. If that's the case, then we can only kill him. Facing hundreds of core fragmentation realm warriors, Ling Zhao threw out a talisman. Wild Thunder Hell Talisman. He couldn't even be bothered to kill these people. He had once snatched the Wild Thunder Purgatory Talisman from someone else. Martial artists below the Divine Body realm simply couldn't withstand it. Terrifying lightning fell from the sky. Hundreds of people were instantly charred black by the electricity. All of them died tragically. At that moment, the Battle King Hall was deathly silent. Huang Jingtong's face darkened. No wonder you're so arrogant. So it's because you have such a talisman. However, although this spirit talisman could kill a core fragmentation realm martial artist, it was ineffective against a divine body realm martial artist. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. The result is meaningless. Huang Jingtong sneered. Although many of his subordinates had died, he suddenly felt relaxed instead. Ling Zhao might not be as scary as he imagined. Indeed, rumors couldn't be trusted. I'm not playing with you anymore. Saving people is more important. Ling Zhao knew very well that killing people was secondary. The key was to save Patriarch Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be a little troublesome. The reason why he used the Wild Thunder Hell Talisman was also for one purpose, which was to show weakness, to make the other party feel that he didn't have any strength. Therefore, there was no need to be afraid. As for the array formation in the square, he didn't care at all. Ling Xiao, who had a body equivalent to an emperor artifact with 8 dragon patterns. This kind of array formation couldn't hurt him at all. Holy ground demonic shadow. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party underestimated him, Ling Xiao suddenly used a movement technique and disappeared on the spot. Stop him. Huang Jingtong instantly understood Ling Xiao's purpose. He hurriedly ordered. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Ling Xiao's sword pierced through the body of a divine body, first-level martial artist, who was guarding Patriarch Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman. Then, he saved both of them at the same time and kept them in the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. However, the array formation's effect had already been activated. The terrifying fire dragon roared and pounced towards Ling Xiao. In an instant, it completely enveloped Ling Xiao. Ha ha, Ling Xiao, you probably didn't expect it, right? Although you're very smart and know how to make us underestimate the enemy and then take the opportunity to save people. But you didn't expect that we've set up an array formation and are waiting for you to enter it. Emperor, what a joke. Warlord, there's no need to be nervous at all. Huang Jingtong was in a good mood. He had killed Ling Xiao, who was rumored to be a god, so easily. He felt really happy. However, in the next moment, he couldn't feel happy anymore. The flames dissipated. Ling Xiao was still standing in the air with a faint smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. This scared everyone out of their wits. Even a martial artist at the first level of the divine body realm would be killed by that array formation. Even a martial artist at the second level of the divine body realm would be injured. However, Ling Xiao was completely unharmed. What the hell was this? It was simply unacceptable. Patriarch Scarlet Flame. Sister Qinglian, there are many newly refined spirit pills in my Dong Sheng Emperor ring. They can help you repair your meridians and recover your cultivation. They can even break through. However, whether you can break through or not depends on your own luck. Anyway, General Zhao Fengyan not only recovered his cultivation, but also broke through. He's now a divine body realm martial artist. Ling Xiao completely ignored the shocked expressions of Huang Jingtong and the rest. He was still talking to Patriarch Scarlet Flame and Qinglian Swordswoman in the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Don't worry about this first, young master. This is the Warlord Hall after all. It's never too late for us to take revenge. Let's go to the Fire King Hall first. Patriarch Scarlet Flame hurriedly said. Patriarch Scarlet Flame, do you still not understand? I'm here to destroy the Warlord Hall today. Warlord Huang Jinlan wanted to kill me before, but the person he sent was a piece of trash. He was killed by me instead. Now, he's even doing this to you. Huang Jindi doesn't care about this, but I do. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to endure. There was no need for him to endure. So, what if he killed the warlord and offended someone stronger? He would still kill. All right, it's time for you to die. Ling Xiao entered the peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. He released the sun god's blood formation. He held the reverse god sword and the crimson blood demon sword. This was exactly how he looked when he massacred Scarlet Sun, Holy City, that day. However, his strength had increased by 10 times today. He was even stronger than that day. Therefore, his advantage against a first-level divine body realm martial artist was even more obvious. Pretentious, kill him. The 3 first-level divine body realm martial artists roared and pounced towards Ling Xiao. At this moment, Patriarch Scarlet Flame and Qinglian Swordswoman's hearts were tense. They didn't even have the mood to swallow pills. Those were 3 divine body realm martial artists. Ling Xiao was only at the 7th level of the Shattered Core realm. Could he block them? However, What surprised them was that Ling Xiao held two swords in his hands, but he didn't make any moves to attack. The three people had already arrived in front of him in an instant, until the other party was within a meter of him. The Void God's sword in Ling Xiao's right hand released a sword light. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, 91. God-defying art, one-word form. It contained heaven-defying sword intent, killing three people with one strike. The one-word form had finally advanced from the rudimentary stage to the initial stage. Perhaps because it was too profound, the difficulty of cultivating this one-word form was much higher than the Beast God's sky-devouring flash. Ling Xiao's Beast God's sky-devouring flash was cultivated later, and it had already reached the initial stage in the chaotic sand ocean. 3 corpses fell from the sky. When they were in midair, they had already turned into dried corpses. This scene made everyone in the Warlord Hall suffocate. Very surprised, right? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "You shouldn't be surprised. Logically speaking, Huang Jinlan should have already told you all about my strength, right? Why are you so surprised? I've even killed a 3rd-level divine body, realm martial artist before. Is killing 3 1st-level divine body, realm martial artists worthy of being so surprised? Go to hell." Suddenly, a 1st-level divine physique, echelon martial artist appeared behind Ling Xiao. The sharp spear directly pierced towards Ling Xiao's back. This spear was enough to collapse a small mountain. However, it didn't cause any injuries on Ling Xiao's body. Instead, the attack was repelled by the terrifying true origin, and his body directly exploded. Blood rained down from the sky. F***CK, how did you cultivate? Forefather Scarlet Flame was completely dumbfounded. He now felt that his worries were extremely laughable. Ling Xiao was so powerful. Was there a need for him to worry? Looks like we've all gotten old. Sword Maiden Green Lotus smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master has already reached the level where he can make the 4 regions and 9 worlds change. If old Master Hong knew about this, he would definitely be very happy. However, he shouldn't be a match for Huang Jinlan, right? I think it's better to slip away." Forefather Scarlet Flame was still a little worried. "Don't think so much. Let's recover our strength as soon as possible if we can break through. Maybe we can even help young Master a little. Young Master knows what he's doing outside, so it's meaningless for us to guess blindly." As Sword Maiden Green Lotus spoke, she had already started looking for medicine in the neat pill cabinet at the side. The names and effects of the pills were clearly marked on these cabinets. Therefore, it was easy to find them. The 4 of you wield the 4 Emperor armaments of the Warlord Hall and form the Warlord's killing formation. Kill him. At this moment, Huang Jintong roared. Ling Xiao looked at the monarch weapon in his opponent's hand. He couldn't help but smile. The so-called 4 monarch armaments were actually 4 monarch armaments with 3 dragon patterns. Whether it was the Void God's sword in Ling Xiao's hand or the Crimson Blood Demon sword, they could be easily cut apart. The other party was truly ignorant and foolish. The remaining 4 martial artists at the 1st level of the Divine Body echelon immediately set up a battle formation. It formed a strange array diagram. Its power was not small at all. If a martial artist at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique echelon was trapped inside and didn't have an Emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns or more in his hands, he would definitely die. He probably wouldn't be able to survive. However, Ling Xiao had deliberately stepped into the enemy's battle formation. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Jintong provocatively. "You guys are outdated. From now on, Golden City will belong to me, Ling Xiao." "Kill him." Huang Jintong roared. The 4 Divine Body realm martial artists activated the killing array and were about to attack. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao swung the crimson blood demon sword in his hand. In an instant, the four of them became four corpses. As for the four monarch armaments, with three dragon patterns, Ling Xiao naturally had to keep them. He didn't need them, but it didn't mean that his subordinates didn't need them. Now, the people around you are all dead. It's your turn now, isn't it? Ling Xiao looked at Huang Jintong in disdain. This martial artist at the third level of the divine body echelon was as timid as a mouse. Brat, you're too arrogant. Do you know that you won't be far from death for what you've done today? Huang Jintong still didn't attack. He wasn't confident that he could win. Therefore, he changed it to a threat. You won't know whether I'm dead or not. After all, you're going to die now. Ling Xiao smiled and changed to the monarch physique. He was no match for a martial artist at the third level of the divine body echelon. He could only rely on the monarch physique. Huang Jintong looked at Ling Xiao, who was walking toward him slowly, and he was shocked. Was this brat really crazy? Since the day the Warlord Hall was established, they had never encountered such an incident. All the martial artists at the first level of the divine body echelon were killed. All the martial artists at the second level of the divine body echelon were killed. The martial artists below the divine body echelon suffered heavy losses as well. It wasn't that the other party couldn't kill the remaining ones, but that he couldn't be bothered to kill them. Now, the only ones who could fight in the Warlord Hall were Huang Jintong and the Warlord Huang Jinlan. But why hadn't the Warlord appeared yet? Huang Jintong was indeed afraid. From the combat power Ling Xiao displayed just now, it was impossible for a martial artist at the first level of the divine body echelon to be his match. What cultivation level did this brat have? Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to threaten and stall for time. He stared at Ling Xiao fiercely and said, "You're only able to enjoy a moment of pleasure now. You don't know what you're about to face. Strictly speaking, you're not a disciple of the Golden City yet, but you killed the disciples of the Warlord Hall wantonly, so you'll definitely be punished by the Punishment Hall. The Punishment Hall is the punishment organization of the Golden City, and it gathers the strongest martial artists of the Warlord Hall. You won't have any chance of survival if you encounter them, even if you have the Fire Emperor as your backer. Even if you have Valkyrie Yangshui helping you, it's useless. Oh, right, maybe you won't even be punished by the Punishment Hall. Once the Warlord comes out, you'll definitely die." Hearing that, Patriarch Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman started to worry again. Maybe Ling Xiao was already very strong, but he shouldn't be able to become an enemy of the powerful Punishment Hall. He might not even be a match for the Warlord. What should they do? Should they really betray the Golden Sky region? So be it if you want to stall for time. You don't have to talk so much to suppress me. Do you think I'm afraid? No matter how strong the Punishment Hall is, can it be stronger than the Warlord Huang Jintian? I'm not even afraid of the Warlord Huang Jintian. So why would I be afraid of the puny Punishment Hall? As for the Warlord, I hope he comes out quickly so that we can deal with him together and avoid trouble." Ling Xiao sneered. "You're really arrogant. You don't even put Huang Jindi in your eyes." Although Huang Jintong was stalling for time, what he said was the truth. Hearing Ling Xiao's reply, he really thought that Ling Xiao was crazy. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. But now, before the Warlord comes out, I'll use you as entertainment. Ling Xiao decided to make his move. He was currently in the body of the sovereign. Therefore, he had the cultivation of the third level of the divine body realm. Although he was temporarily unable to use the tyrant martial soul, the 12-beast god martial soul, and the special skills of the martial soul. But he could still use the martial skills that his main body knew. Beast god sky devouring flash. Reverse God art linear form. There were no problems at all. Ling Xiao put away the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and the Reverse God Sword. Using these two swords was simply bullying others. There wouldn't be any pressure in the battle, so it wouldn't stimulate his cultivation and physical strength. He was prepared to fight barehanded. He was a sword master to begin with. Using his hand as a sword was a common thing. Chapter 4692. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Being forced to such an extent, Huang Jingtong couldn't retreat anymore. He also knew that he couldn't retreat anymore. A pair of strange golden eyes appeared behind him. That was his martial soul. The divine origin of a third-level divine body realm cultivator was activated, and a violent aura instantly filled the sky. Golden flash! Huang Jingtong suddenly roared. The martial soul behind him shot out two golden rays of light directly towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the attack coldly. He smiled in disdain. You're not only a coward, but also a piece of trash. Void-shattering finger, transcending the void. There was no need for the second stage of the void-shattering finger. Just the first stage was enough. A glaring light shot out from Ling Xiao's right hand. His target wasn't the two golden rays of light, but Huang Jingtong. Qi, the void-shattering finger's force arrived first. It pierced Huang Jingtong's throat. Of course, Huang Jingtong wouldn't die. This was just Ling Xiao's entertainment. His real opponent was the warlord. Huang Jingtong was nothing in his eyes. After the void-shattering finger hit Huang Jingtong, the two golden rays of light shot towards Ling Xiao. However, there was no effect at all. Seeing this scene, Forefather Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were dumbfounded. They had already guessed that Ling Xiao had become stronger. However, he was so strong that he could easily suppress Huang Jingtong, who was at the third-level divine body realm. What exactly happened to this guy? Young master, are you still you? Green Lotus Swordswoman asked worriedly. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would be possessed by someone else. Sister Green Lotus, don't you trust me that much? If I was possessed, why would I come to save you? Don't worry, I'm still me. I haven't changed at all. Ling Xiao smiled. You're actually so strong. Huang Jingtong looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He truly did not expect that Ling Xiao was actually terrifying to such an extent. Looks like I have to use my strongest killing move, even if it means destroying everything. I can't let you continue behaving atrociously. Primordial Divine Dragon Seal. Huang Jingtong was really going to risk his life. The moment he roared, a terrifying fire dragon coiled around his body. Blazing flames soared into the sky. The temperature of the entire Warlord Palace rose rapidly. A monarch weapon with 4 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao watched as the dragon-shaped pendant around Huang Jingtong's neck transformed into a divine dragon and flew away. The huge divine dragon extended for hundreds of meters. Raging flames burned the sky. That scene was truly soul-stirring. If this divine dragon swooped down, the entire Warlord Hall would probably be annihilated. In the eyes of Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman, an Emperor armament with 4 dragon patterns was already a divine artifact. It was too terrifying. In their eyes, Huang Jingtong was like an invincible god. Die Ling Xiao! Goldeneye desperately burned his life force to increase the power of the immemorial divine dragon seal. No wonder he said that he wanted to destroy both jade and common stone. He reckoned that if he used this thing, he would not be able to keep his life. The divine dragon roared and pounced toward Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's face was still indifferent and disdainful. He stretched out his right hand again. He pointed his finger. Void-shattering finger, shattering the void. The cool-down time of the void-shattering finger was only a dozen seconds, not even a minute. Therefore, after Ling Xiao used it once, he could quickly use it a second time. It had a terrifying power that could tear the space apart. The power of the finger formed a huge distorted space in the sky. The huge divine dragon seemed to be distorted and deformed. Then it shattered like a broken mirror. It disappeared. Huang Jintong fell to the ground. He was too tired, but in addition to the fatigue, there was more fear. He looked at Ling Xiao and his whole body was trembling. He used the immemorial divine dragon seal at all costs and lost a lot of his life force. His body began to age, and his hair had turned white. But Ling Xiao shattered his attack so easily. What the hell? Just how terrifying was this guy? I said that when I was in the chaotic sand sea, even Wang Quan Tianming, who was known as a peerless genius, was killed by me. Who do you think you are? At that time, Wang Quan Tianming's cultivation was also at the 3rd level of the divine body realm, but his combat power was much stronger than yours. His emperor weapon was also stronger than yours. But now, I'm stronger than then. What right do you have to defeat me? Ling Xiao looked down at Huang Jintong from above, looking at the guy who was rapidly aging. There was no sympathy in his eyes. The other party became like this because he wanted to kill him. Why should he sympathize with him? Wouldn't that be stupid? While talking, Ling Xiao suddenly went to Huang Jintong's side and stuffed a pill into his mouth. Huang Jintong suddenly let out a shrill scream. That kind of feeling was truly worse than death. Kill me quickly. I don't want to live anymore. Huang Jintong shouted loudly. Now you know pain? When you tortured Ancestor Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman, didn't you think this day would come? Ling Xiao looked at Huang Jintong with a cold smile. His cold eyes made Huang Jintong feel the coldness of hell. He finally regretted it. He should have believed in the Dizun. The Dizun had already told him what Ling Xiao had done in the chaotic sand sea. But he didn't believe it at all. That led to today's evil consequences. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying aura coming from afar. Huang Jintong's originally desperate face was replaced with a pleasantly surprised expression. It's the Law King. The Law King was the supreme ruler of the punishment hall. He was also the warlord's father, Huang Jinding. He was slightly weaker than the Fire Lord, but his status was much higher than the Fire Lord's. After all, he was a relative of the royal family. Lord Law King, help! Save me! Ling Xiao had started a massacre in the Warlord Hall. He didn't put the Law King and the Yellow Emperor in his eyes at all. He even said that he would kill the Warlord. We must not let him go. Run! Young master, run! This was already the 3rd time that Ancestor Crimson Flame had let Ling Xiao escape. He didn't expect that the people from the punishment hall would come so quickly. And the leader was actually the Law King, Huang Jinding. This time, he was in big trouble. What are you running for? I've said it before. Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, I will kill Huang Jinlan today. Ling Xiao sneered. What an arrogant kid. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because the Yellow Emperor announced you as the Imperial Prince? The laws of the City of Gold are controlled by me. Huang Jinding directly suppressed Ling Xiao with his aura as soon as he arrived. He wanted to show off his strength to Ling Xiao. I think the punishment hall is the one who can do whatever you want, right? I think you should know what your son Huang Jinlan did in the 3,000 sacred cities, right? How dare you play dumb here? Ling Xiao said coldly. Even in the face of the Law King, Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest fear. Our punishment hall only cares about the matters of the City of Gold. The matters of the 3,000 sacred cities have nothing to do with us. Huang Jinding said indifferently. You've really pushed everything away. Ling Xiao sneered. It seemed that it was right for him to do it himself. If he left it to the punishment hall, The people of the Warlord Hall would probably escape this time. Chapter 4693. Father. The warlord Huang Jinlan, who had been hiding, finally showed himself. The arrival of the Punishment King, Huang Jinding, gave him a sense of security. Oh, it's Lan. Huang Jinding was very satisfied with his son. No matter what his son did, he wouldn't hold him accountable, because his son was outstanding enough. Ling Xiao, you came to the Warlord Hall today and started a massacre. You probably didn't expect this to happen, right? The warlord sneered at Ling Xiao and suddenly whispered into the Punishment King's ear, Father, this kid has a 9-dragon inscription emperor artifact. The Fire Emperor and Valkyrie's 9-dragon inscription emperor artifact were given by him. Really? The Punishment King's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was even more excited than when he supported his son. Ling Xiao, I can treat today's incident as a misunderstanding. However, you have to give me at least 3 9-dragon inscription emperor artifacts as compensation. Otherwise, I can kill you right now. So what if you're an emperor's son? You're useless if you die. Huang Jinding sneered. Haha, you really think highly of yourself. Even the Eternal Emperor region's 4 great kings couldn't catch me. Although you're not inferior to them, you're just one person. What can you do? Ling Xiao smiled in disdain. He suddenly attacked and killed Huang Jintong. He killed Huang Jinding right in front of the Punishment King. Didn't you say you didn't want me to kill him? I want to kill him. What can you do about it? Ling Xiao mocked. Not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to kill your son, Huang Jinlan. So, what if you're the Punishment King? I might not be a match for you, but you definitely can't stop me from killing. Is that so? I really want to see if you have the ability. The Punishment King, Huang Jinding, didn't believe that Ling Xiao could kill the warlord Huang Jinlan right in front of him. Huang Jinlan was a 2nd-level divine physique echelon cultivator. He wasn't just a chicken. He wasn't like Huang Jintong, who was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Then let's try it. Mao God Nether Formation. The moment the Mao God Nether Array diagram appeared, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. This caused Huang Jinding to frown. Lan, come to my side. He did not believe that with Huang Jinlan by his side, Ling Xiao could still succeed. Hell Shadow Strike. Suddenly, a sword light pierced through the darkness. His target was actually not Huang Jinlan, but Huang Jin Cauldron. The Crimson Blood Demon sword's Hell Shadow Kill still couldn't kill the Golden Cauldron. However, it would definitely pose a threat to the Golden Cauldron. The Golden Cauldron did not dare to not block. However, the moment he resisted, Huang Jinlan was suddenly grabbed by a hand from the depths of the darkness. Ling Xiao stopped attacking. Warlord Huang Jinlan had already become his hostage. Let him go. Seeing Huang Jinlan being grabbed by Ling Xiao like a little chick, Huang Jinding couldn't believe it. He still couldn't figure out what had happened just now. Did someone help Ling Xiao? Otherwise, how could there be 2 powerful martial artists? Let go? Golden Cauldron. Didn't you say that I can't kill him? Warlord Huang Jinlan sent his subordinates to kill many of my subordinates. He also tortured my benefactor Zhao Fengyun, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Sword Maiden Green Lotus. Today, I will use his blood to pay tribute to those dead Battle Alliance martial artists. I will seek justice for my benefactor, my subordinates, and my friends. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's reverse god sword had already pierced into Huang Jinlan's body. Ling Xiao, let him go. As long as you let him go, this old man will agree to anything you want. If you want a saint rank cultivation method or an emperor armament, I'll give it all to you. Huang Jinding was really panicking this time. I'm afraid that if I let him go, you'll immediately kill me. But it doesn't matter. I don't actually care. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Huang Jinlan's fate today is all his own fault. If you still don't know what's good for you, then I'll have to kill you too. As he spoke, his reverse god sword had already sucked Huang Jinlan's blood essence dry. Bastard, if Huang Jinding, don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human. Huang Jinding roared and pounced at Ling Xiao. This time, not only did he fail to protect Battle King Hall, but he also failed to protect his own son. This was a disgrace. This was a great disgrace. He must make Ling Xiao pay with blood. You dare to kill someone the emperor wants? At this moment, a red light flew over from afar. A palm struck at Huang Jinding. Huang Jinding did not dare to continue attacking Ling Xiao, and could only hastily block. As a result, he was forced back more than 10 steps. There were still burn marks on his hand. Fire Emperor. The moment Huang Jinding saw Fire Emperor, he knew that he had no chance. In the distance, another figure appeared. This time, it was Valkyrie Yang Shui. The Emperor has ordered to immediately summon Emperor Ling Xiao. Who dares to kill him? Yang Shui held Huang Jinding's decree, which made Huang Jinding depressed and angry. He killed my son! He killed my son! Huang Jinding roared. So what? In the end, it's your fault for not teaching your son well. He was courting death. Now it's someone else's fault. Fire Emperor sneered and said, Ling Xiao, your matter is done. Come with us. I want to see who dares to stop you. Who dares to disobey the Emperor's order. Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman in the Dong Sheng Emperor ring were completely dumbfounded. The Emperor summoned him? What was going on? Why did the Emperor summon Ling Xiao? I'm done with my business. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Jinding provocatively. This time, the Emperor summoned me, so I won't chat with you anymore. Let's talk again in the future. Then, he broke through the air. He headed to the Great Emperor Palace with Fire Emperor and Yang Shui. On the way, he passed by Fire King Hall. Ling Xiao asked Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Yufang Hua, and Green Lotus Swordswoman to stay. After all, the Great Emperor Palace was not an ordinary place. After all, Yufang Hua was a member of the Eternal Life Palace and could not enter easily. Before you go to see the Emperor, I need to briefly introduce the Great Emperor Palace, in case you don't know anything and make a fool of yourself. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to leave. After killing so many people, it was time to sit down and digest. Fire Emperor intended to briefly explain some things about the Golden City, so as to prevent Ling Xiao from offending the Golden Emperor. Senior, please speak. Ling Xiao sat there, refining the true essence in his body and absorbing the experience he had gained from the battle. He said, anyway, he had 4 bodies, so he could do 4 things at the same time. Let me tell you this. The Great Emperor Palace was originally transformed from a treasure. As for what grade of treasure it was, even the Golden Emperors of the past generations were not clear. The shape of this treasure is similar to a huge Rubik's Cube. Every grid can be flipped and even changed direction. Therefore, where the Great Emperor lives, other than the 4 supreme kings of the Golden City, no one knows. Other than the Great Emperor, there are also the most outstanding disciples of the Golden City living in the Great Emperor Palace. We will occasionally go in to live. However, we have our own palace outside, so we have more freedom. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4694. Rubik's Cube? Magic treasure? Ling Xiao was very curious. This Rubik's Cube must be a treasure that could change the laws of space. Could it be a 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon, or even stronger? However, it was rumored that the most powerful treasure in the 9 realms of the 4 regions was the 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon. But to be honest, he had never seen it before. The most powerful emperor weapon he had seen was the six-dragon pattern emperor weapon in the hands of Wang Quan Tianming. Other than you and the Punishment King, who else is there among the four great kings? Ling Xiao asked curiously. This was the top warrior in the Golden City, so he naturally had to ask clearly. Those two are older than us. They are basically in seclusion and won't come out easily. When you see them, you will naturally know. All these years, the internal strife in the Golden City was basically the struggle between me and the Punishment King. There's no other way. That old guy took advantage of the Punishment Palace and did many things that harmed others for his own benefit. If I don't do anything about it, the Golden City will definitely be in a mess because of him. The Fire Emperor sighed helplessly and said, "Forget it. It's about time. Don't let the Emperor wait for too long. Let's go to the Great Emperor Palace." All right. Ling Xiao also wanted to see the Golden Emperor as soon as possible. Perhaps he would have a chance to see the Golden Divine Codex that he had always been concerned about. In the past, he had parted ways with the Golden Divine Codex. It had been a long time. Between them, they had a very happy experience. Moreover, the Golden Divine Codex could be considered his confidant. In the past, he was not qualified to be friends with the Golden Divine Codex. But now, no one could stop him. Not even the Golden Emperor. However, the Golden Emperor would probably not stop him. After all, he had contributed greatly to the revival of the Golden Divine Codex. Ling Xiao and the Fire Emperor headed to the Great Emperor Palace. The Valkyrie stayed in the Fire Emperor Palace as a precaution. Who knew if the Golden Cauldron would attack the Fire Emperor Palace out of anger? They followed the Fire Emperor for about half an hour. Ling Xiao suddenly saw a huge steel Rubik's Cube floating in the air. He had seen such a building on the White Tiger continent before, but that was much smaller than this. Moreover, the difference in their levels was too great. Just by standing there, one could feel a terrifying pressure from this huge tesseract. It was definitely not a simple treasure. Ling Xiao looked at the Rubik's Cube with the Taiji eye, but he couldn't see the end of it. This thing was like a huge steel city standing in the void. One of the grids was dedicated to the Yellow Emperor. Apart from the four supreme kings, very few people were able to enter, unless Huang Jindi personally summoned him. Those who had such an honor were usually very outstanding. For example, Yang Shui and Huang Jinlan. Another example was Ling Xiao. Actually, under normal circumstances, the Rubik's Cube won't move randomly, from the outside to the inside. A martial artist's strength would grow stronger. The cultivation conditions will also get better and better. When they reached the huge magic cube, the Fire Emperor added, the martial artists of the city of Gold yearn for the most in their dreams to cultivate in the magic cube. However, in order to become a demon king, one had to be at least a half-step divine physique echelon cultivator. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance at all. The more he stood under the magic cube, the more he felt the terror of this Dharma treasure. Ling Xiao even suspected that if this thing was really a Dharma treasure, it would be able to destroy an entire country in one go. It was too big. It was too terrifying. Standing below, there was always a feeling of being as insignificant as an ant. Before you go in, you have to be mentally prepared. Now, you are very famous in the City of Gold. Almost no one doesn't know you. After all, the Dizun wants to meet you personally. Among them, there are jealous, dissatisfied, resentful, and of course, there are also people who worship you. All kinds of situations could happen. However, you don't have to feel pressured. With your strength, most of the martial artists here are no match for you. Besides, with me here, who dares to act rashly? The Fire Emperor smiled. Pressure? I've been through a lot for so many years. Why would I be afraid of this little bit of pressure? No matter how much pressure they give me, can it be compared to the 4 supreme kings of the Eternal Life Palace? Ling Xiao smiled, not taking this little bit of pressure seriously. You're indeed bold. The Fire Emperor laughed. I'm not a kid anymore. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly when a door opened in one of the boxes of the Rubik's Cube. Ling Xiao clearly saw strange runes flashing on the Rubik's Cube. It's a Dharma treasure indeed. If I can get it, it'll be a good thing. Ling Xiao smiled and followed the Fire Emperor inside. At this moment, in the Great Emperor Palace, countless warriors were fervently discussing this young man who was about to arrive. These people were very well informed. They were not like the people in the 3,000 sacred cities who were so ill-informed. I heard that Ling Xiao's cultivation is only at the core fragmentation realm, but his strength is extraordinarily powerful. I heard that too, but I think he's just pretending to be weak and deliberately hiding his strength. No matter what, someone who can be recognized by the Fire Emperor and the Dizun must be a peerless genius. You have to know that we are not qualified to be personally summoned by the Dizun. Anyway, we can't compare. I heard that the number 1 genius in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Wang Quan and Tianming, they both broke through to the 3rd level of the divine, physique echelon. They were killed by him in 1 move. They must be bragging. It's getting more and more ridiculous. I don't really believe it either, but you should believe what the Silver Dragon said, right? He's one of the top half-step divine, physique echelon martial artists. Now that he broke through to the 1st level of the divine physique echelon, he's already in the top 3 among the younger generation. But such a Silver Dragon actually worships Ling Xiao so much. That's weird. Everyone sighed. Some were impressed, and some were suspicious. Anyway, there were all kinds of opinions. Anyway, I'm quite impressed with this guy. Being able to kill Wang Quan and Tianming is bringing glory to our Golden Heavens region. Others are saying that our Golden Heavens region is not going to make it. Maybe this guy will make the Golden Heavens region stronger. Now in the Golden City, the number 1 under the age of 50 is Lord Battle Emperor. However, there are still 2 people under the age of 100 who are not inferior to Battle Emperor. One is the Flower Emperor's subordinate, Valkyrie Yang Shui. The other is the Thunder Emperor's chief disciple, Lei Xinglia. Next, it should be the Fire Emperor's subordinate, Silver Dragon. After all, Fire Emperor is an alchemy master and doesn't have time to teach disciples. If Senior Silver Dragon didn't go to the chaotic sand ocean, he probably wouldn't be where he is now. These people can't be compared to Ling Xiao. You have to know that Ling Xiao destroyed the deep sea dragon region and scared off the 4 supreme kings of the Eternal Life Palace. I'm afraid that even our sovereigns have to be polite to him. That's right. I heard that the 4 supreme kings of the Eternal Life Palace wanted to snatch Yufeng Hua back. In the end, not only did they not succeed, but they also suffered heavy casualties. Stop talking, he's here. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Fire Emperor stepped into the Great Arch Palace. Everyone stopped talking. They looked at this legendary person. Chapter 46, 95. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the Great Emperor Palace, he realized how powerful the real Golden City was. Age aside, there were tens of thousands of people. 1/3 of them were divine, physique, echelon realm martial artists. The rest were half-step divine, physique, echelon cultivators. He was truly shocked. He thought that the Dragon Emperor was too conceited to be able to destroy the deep-sea dragon region so easily. Otherwise, he would have brought all the divine, physique, echelon realm martial artists to the chaotic desert. It wouldn't have been that easy to destroy them. Waves of powerful auras were released in a provocative manner. Although they weren't targeting Ling Xiao, it was still terrifying when tens of thousands of auras gathered together. However, this was nothing to Ling Xiao. After experiencing the oppression of the four kings of the Eternal Palace, there weren't many things that could scare him, at least in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Countless pairs of envious and jealous eyes were cast over. Their expressions were complicated. After all, being summoned by the Golden Emperor was the greatest honor for a martial artist in the Golden City. Martial artists who could cultivate in the Great Emperor Palace were the elites of the elites, the geniuses of the geniuses. One must know that these people were selected from the 3,000 sacred cities or from outside. They stepped into the Golden City first. If they performed well and reached the half-step divine physique echelon before the age of 100, they could enter the Great Emperor Palace to cultivate. Therefore, all of them were very proud. It was impossible for them to be easily convinced by one person. If the Fire Emperor didn't bring Ling Xiao along, someone would have come to provoke them. These people aren't just from this grid, right? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. Many of them came from other grids to watch the show. After all, you're too legendary. The Fire Emperor smiled. All right, let's not bother about them. Let's go and see the Overlord. I think he must have been waiting for a long time. The two of them suddenly sped up and moved forward. The crowd was reluctant to part with them. Of course, there were also some people who were indignant. Humph, he's only at the 7th level of the Shattered Core realm. What right does he have? That's right. Although I'm over 100 years old, I'm already at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. It's so unfair that I'm not qualified to see the Overlord. Such voices rose and fell in the crowd. After all, the existence of a parachute would always cause a lot of dissatisfaction. This was too normal. However, Ling Xiao and the Flame Emperor could no longer hear these discussions. They quickly entered the 2nd grid and flew forward at high speed. Ling Xiao could clearly feel it. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure in the surrounding air became. It was as if he was diving into the deep sea. Each grid was basically equivalent to a holy city. I wonder how many squares there are. It was truly amazing. Do you need my help? Flame Emperor suddenly asked. He was worried that Ling Xiao would not be able to withstand the enormous pressure inside. Don't worry, Senior Fire Emperor. This bit of pressure is nothing to me. Ling Xiao shook his head. His physical body had reached the level of an Emperor weapon with 8 dragon patterns. He didn't care about such pressure at all. Perhaps the greater pressure inside could help him improve the strength of his physical body. Not only were there no disadvantages, but there were also benefits. It's good that you're fine. If you can't take it, tell me in advance. Don't force yourself. The Fire Emperor reminded. Understood. The two of them spoke as they advanced. Obviously, the deeper they went, the more terrifying the pressure was, and the fewer cultivators they saw. From the outermost grid to the place where the sovereigns are, we have to experience a total of 100 changes in pressure. The pressure is great because there is a lot of spiritual energy. Therefore, it is more helpful for cultivation. In the entire Golden City, only the sovereigns have the ability to cultivate in the core grid. As for us 4 supreme kings, we can at most cultivate at the 90th level. People like Yang Shui, Huang Jinlan, and Lei Xinglie can at most reach the 50th level. Of course, we can't cultivate in the core, but we can still go there. We just can't stay for too long. The Fire Emperor explained as he flew. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the 50th level. The Fire Emperor was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand it, so he hurriedly wrapped Ling Xiao with his divine essence. Senior, there's no need. Ling Xiao said, You're disturbing my cultivation. After reaching the 50th level, Ling Xiao clearly felt the pressure increase. The potential in his body and the medicinal effects of the spirit pills and miraculous medicines he had taken in the past began to enter his body. This was extremely helpful for the advancement of his physical body. What a monster! The Fire Emperor looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but sigh. Then he stopped helping Ling Xiao. The two of them rushed to the 90th level in one go. The Fire Emperor had been paying attention to Ling Xiao and found that Ling Xiao's expression still didn't change. This made him completely convinced. There are really talents in every generation, and each generation is better than the last. At the 90th level, the Fire Emperor suddenly slowed down. A figure appeared in front of him and walked over with a smile. Flower King. When the Fire Emperor saw this figure, he couldn't help but smile. Ling Xiao, this is Yang Shi's master, Flower King Luo Shi. Yes, she is also the sovereign's confidant. You must build a good relationship with her. Ling Xiao looked at the woman walking over from afar. The Flower King Luo Shi was definitely more than 100 years old, but on the surface, she looked to be around 30 years old. Her clothes were gorgeous and dignified. One look, and one could tell that she was very elegant. She was like an empress of the mortal world, but her temperament was even more outstanding. Junior greets Senior Flower King. Although Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the Flower King, he still had to be polite. Yes, the Flower King Luo Shi nodded, then looked at the Fire Emperor and complained, "You old thing, why aren't you helping that little guy? What if he collapses because of the pressure here?" Luo Shi, don't worry. This kid is a freak. Even I feel a lot of pressure here, but this kid is acting like nothing is wrong. The man that your disciple likes can't be bad. The Fire Emperor smiled. Luo Shi glanced at Ling Xiao and was very surprised. He couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the genius that the sovereigns have chosen, he is indeed special. Go, the sovereigns have summoned you. This is a great opportunity for you. For you, it might be a turning point in your life. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Then, the Fire Emperor continued to lead Ling Xiao forward. They reached the 99th level. The Fire Emperor's breathing became more rapid. This showed how terrifying the pressure here was. Ling Xiao found that, under this great pressure, his physical body had finally improved again. Now, it had reached the strength of a 9-dragon Emperor weapon. Staying in this place also became more relaxing. He didn't even feel the slightest bit of pressure. This made him a little disappointed. He liked this kind of pressure. After all, it could help him improve. Do you see that door? Go in by yourself. I won't follow you. Remember, after you go in, don't be so rude in front of me. Listen to whatever the sovereigns say. The Fire Emperor reminded. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4696. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. However, deep down, he didn't think much of it. Should he die just because the other party asked him to? If it was good for him, he would naturally listen. If it wasn't good for him, then he would be a fool to listen. All right, go on. The Flame Emperor waved his hand. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and stepped through the mysterious door. Flame Emperor, you've picked up a treasure. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared beside the Flame Emperor. It was naturally the Thunder Emperor, one of the 4 great supremes. Both the Thunder Emperor and the Flower Emperor were more experienced than the Flame Emperor. Of course, they were slightly weaker. What a pity! I wanted to take him as a disciple when I met him in the Sky Demon Ghost region. In the end, I didn't succeed. I never expected that the Emperor Venerate would beat me to it. The Flame Emperor lamented. It can't be helped. Who knew that this kid would alarm the Emperor Venerate? The Emperor Venerate probably hasn't accepted a disciple in several hundred years. The Thunder Emperor sighed. Ever since that fellow betrayed the city of gold, the Emperor Venerate has been disheartened. Yes, I hope that Ling Xiao can make the Emperor Venerate think of accepting a disciple again. The Flame Emperor glanced at the huge portal that looked like a teleportation array. Ling Xiao had already stepped into the core grid of the Great Emperor Palace. A terrifying pressure instantly pressed down on him. This made him reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. Indeed, this was a sacred place for him to cultivate. A surprised voice was heard in the void. It seemed as though the voice was surprised that Ling Xiao could actually withstand such a huge pressure. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the voice. He couldn't see anyone. However, Ling Xiao noticed that this core was more like a strange space in the universe. Although it wasn't big, however, it contained a terrifying and powerful array formation. The exquisiteness of this array was considered pretty good in the Black Tortoise continent. Of course, it was child's play compared to the array that his master had shown him. It is indeed an emperor weapon. However, it seems to have reached 10 dragon patterns. Besides the Void God Sword, this was the second emperor weapon that Ling Xiao had seen with 10 dragon patterns. Of course, this was only his guess. It was hard to say exactly how terrifying these things were. This space seemed to be able to create different environments. Amidst her beauty was a murderous intent. Junior Ling Xiao greets the ancestor. The one who spoke just now must be the Golden Sovereign. There was no doubt about it. Ling Xiao activated his Tai Chi eye. Finally, he found Huang Jindi's shadow in the starry sky. However, he didn't say anything and only said respectfully, Huang Di was indeed terrifying. He was even more terrifying than the 4 supreme kings combined. This caused him to feel an intense shock. Even if you fuse with 3 venerables, you'll still be killed in one move. This was Ling Xiao's most direct thought. You're an interesting little fellow. Huang Jindi's voice sounded again. I originally planned to help you avoid the pressure here. However, I discovered that you were actually able to resist this enormous pressure. You have a defensive magic treasure with 9 dragon patterns? Sort of. Ling Xiao replied. In truth, he was only using his physical body to block the attack. Probably even Huang Jindi found it hard to imagine that his physical body had been cultivated to such a terrifying extent. Did you get it in the world of souls? Huang Jindi asked again. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. The ancestor is looking for me. For these things? Ling Xiao frowned. If it was just these things, there was really no need to waste time. If it weren't for the fact that the pressure here could help strengthen his physical body. He was really impatient. Little fellow, you're quite impatient. Forget it. In that case, let's get back to business. Huang Jindi's voice became serious. Have you been to the city of no return? Yes. Have you seen the dead spirit emperor? Huang Jindi asked again. I haven't seen the dead spirit emperor, but according to what I know, the dead spirit emperor is one of the lotus flower's avatars. Ling Xiao said. You even know about this? Huang Jindi was a little surprised. To be honest, Senior, I have some connections with the lotus flower, but please forgive me for not being able to tell you in detail. Ling Xiao said. It doesn't matter. Huang Jindi shook his head as if he didn't care. What I want to say is that the lotus flower will probably bring a bloodbath to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It might even be a huge disaster. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, but listened quietly. In fact, he had also thought about the lotus flower. That old guy appeared in the world of souls and the graveyard of the gods, so he definitely wasn't a kind person. It was really unknown what would happen to the 4 regions and 9 worlds in the future. But one thing was certain, that guy would definitely not let him off easily. He cultivated the Lotus Flower Sutra and obtained the reverse god sword that the Lotus Flower dreamed of. These were all reasons why he wouldn't be let off. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't intend to tell Huang Jindi about these, because Huang Jindi hadn't gained his trust yet. To put it bluntly, the person standing opposite him was just a stranger. Since you know the lotus flower, you should know that he has 3 avatars, including the original body. There are a total of 4 bodies. The decibels are sealed in different places, and this great emperor palace is suppressing the lotus flower's Dizun body. He has now merged his original body and the demon lord into one. The divine Zun body is in the graveyard of the gods, and he will probably find it in the near future. Then the next step is to come to the Golden City to seize his Dizun body. Under such circumstances, the Golden City will face a huge disaster. Are you still willing to stay in the Golden City? Logically speaking, with your talent, you will be treated well wherever you go. Senior, do you think I'm a coward who's afraid of death? Or was he an ungrateful person? Since I'm a disciple of the Golden Sky region, I should face the disaster with the Golden Sky region. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Ling Xiao said seriously. And if we let the lotus flower's 4 avatars merge, I'm afraid the 4 regions and 9 worlds will become a world of dead souls. Just thinking about it is scary. This old man really didn't misjudge you. Huang Jindi suddenly laughed. You're a good child. Dizun, if we let the lotus flower grow, he will definitely be very terrifying and even difficult to stop. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that he hasn't caused a storm yet? What if we combine the forces of the 4 regions and 9 worlds and kill him? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. This old man has also thought about your suggestion. Unfortunately, the 4 regions and 9 worlds are not united at all. Some people don't even believe this old man's words. There are also some people who are arrogant. For example, the Eternal Emperor. He thinks that with his own strength, even if the lotus flower comes back to life, he won't be his match. Another example is the Beast Emperor of the Savage Beast region. He also thinks that this matter has nothing to do with him. A bunch of idiots. If my Golden City is destroyed, how can they live in peace? At this point, Huang Jindi felt waves of helplessness and anger. Ling Xiao also felt deeply sorrowful. Everyone only cares about the snow in front of their own door. When they are truly unlucky, it will be too late. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4697. How long would it take for Lotus Flower to find his divine, venerable body? How long would it take for him to merge with the divine, venerable body? These were all unknowns. It could be decades or centuries. It could also be years or even months. The only thing that could be confirmed was that after Lotus Flower obtained the divine, venerable body, the first place he would come to would definitely be Golden City. I hope it can be later. Ling Xiao said, that way I'll have a chance to become stronger. I can't always let the older generation shoulder the fate of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Now, it's the turn of us young people. Ha ha ha. Young man, you're really confident. However, it'll take you at least 100 years to reach our level. The path of cultivation gets slower and slower. You haven't advanced to the divine body realm yet. Once you reach the divine body realm, you'll naturally understand this. Huang Jindi laughed. Ling Xiao didn't comment. He didn't have to refute. Facts would prove everything. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't say anything, Huang Jindi thought that he was afraid. He laughed and said, "Don't worry. In order to prevent this day from coming, I've already made a lot of arrangements. I definitely won't let Lotus Flower succeed so easily." When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but respect this old man. He could tell that Huang Jindi was prepared to sacrifice his life to resolve the crisis. However, there wasn't much hope. Perhaps it could only delay the crisis for a while. Senior, why do you have to be so tired? Why don't you give me the position of Huang Jindi? I'll help you settle this matter. All you need to do is to cultivate steadily. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. Young man, you really know how to joke. Even if I give you the position of divine venerable body, now, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on to it. Not to mention anything else, the four supremes won't agree. Huang Jindi thought that Ling Xiao was joking, so he also laughed and said, however, if you really want to take this position, it's fine. It's not that you can't. After all, you're already an imperial prince. There are only two people who have obtained the Dharch position. One is you, and the other is Huang Jinlan. However, if a Dharch wants to inherit the position of divine venerable body realm, other than having outstanding talent, he must also be recognized by the four supremes. At that time, you can become a golden sovereign. This was an existence that was above the four great masters, second only to the sovereign realm. Of course, this position had not been created for many years. It's mainly because I'm still young and strong, so I don't need this position. But now that the situation has changed, this old man could die at any time. And the position of the Golden Sovereign has become extremely important. Once I die, the Golden Sovereign will automatically be promoted to Golden Sovereign. Ling Xiao smiled and said, it's really troublesome. But don't worry, Senior. The position of the Golden Sovereign belongs to me. The Flame Emperor won't fight with me, so I only have 3 opponents. In fact, Ling Xiao no longer had much respect for Huang Jindi's position. As his strength increased, he learned about the country of eternity and the ancient race. The position of the Yellow Emperor seemed insignificant. However, if he wanted to unify the profound world, he would have to take it one step at a time. The position of the Golden Emperor was extremely important. As long as they could take him down, they would be able to control the entire Golden Sky region. With the Golden Celestial Domain, would there be any need to worry about the 4 regions and the 9 worlds being treated unfairly? The Golden Sovereign was different from the emperors and princes of the 4 regions and 9 realms. There could be many emperors and princes. Even if the emperor died, they might not be able to inherit the position. But the Golden Sovereign was different. He was basically the number 2 figure in the Golden Sky region. If the sovereign realm died, he would be the sovereign realm. This was an extraordinary status. Young man, it's good that you're confident, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy to get this position. Other than the 4 great masters, my defected disciple will also come back to fight for it. I will be in seclusion during this period of time, and I can't control what the Golden City will become. After all, a person's energy is limited. I can only focus on targeting Lotus Flower. I can't do anything else. If someone wants to target you, I won't be able to protect you. Huang Jindi spoke of a cruel reality. Ling Xiao smiled and said, what's so difficult about that? Senior, you just have to go into seclusion. With me around, there will definitely be no problems in the Golden City. Ha ha ha, little fellow. It's good that you're confident, but I still have to remind you. Be more down to earth. Now that the 4 great masters are still around, there shouldn't be too big of a change in the Golden City. Your mission is to improve your strength. Huang Jindi laughed. Junior understands. But Sovereign, there's something more troublesome. Junior killed Warlord Huang Jinlan, so the Punishment King will definitely not let it go. If we fight head-on, it will inevitably cause internal strife in the Golden Sky region. I'm afraid Sovereign will have to mediate this matter. Ling Xiao suddenly said, I already know about this matter. Nothing that happens in the Golden City can escape my eyes. I can't interfere in this matter. You've provoked yourself, so solve it yourself. You have to become the Golden Sovereign or even the Golden Emperor. If you don't even have this ability, then it's definitely not possible. Huang Jindi said. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, What he wanted was the other party to say this. It would be simple to solve it himself. If you can become the Golden Sovereign, or even the Golden Emperor, your status won't be inferior to the Eternal Emperor. If you marry his daughter, it won't be a disgrace to him. It can even be said that his daughter will be married off. Huang Jindi smiled meaningfully and said, "But this old man has to remind you that the Eternal Heavenly Emperor is extremely mysterious. I'm afraid he's no less dangerous than the lotus flower. You must be careful. To be honest, even I can't figure out some things about him. I'm afraid you can only explore these secrets by yourself. It seems that the pool of water in the 4 regions and 9 worlds is far deeper than I imagined. The more I get involved, the more terrifying I feel. I have to put away my arrogance and cultivate steadily." Ling Xiao secretly warned himself. "Well, I've finished what I wanted to say to you today. Whether you will become the existence of my Golden Sky region that can turn the situation around or not, you can only rely on yourself. I can only give you special privileges. You can walk freely in the Great Emperor Palace, including this place. That includes this place. You can come whenever you want." Huang Jindi smiled and said, "I'm tired. I must rest. Then I'll take my leave." The privilege that Huang Jindi gave him was really great. If he really encountered any danger, he could come here. Even the 4 supreme kings wouldn't be able to chase him here. He turned and left the place where the sovereign was cultivating. Huang Jindi opened his eyes slightly and muttered to himself, "He seems to have discovered my existence, but how could it be? Maybe it's just an illusion." At this moment, Ling Xiao was already outside. Fire Emperor was still waiting there, but he seemed to be under a lot of pressure. When the two returned to the 90th floor, Fire Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 4698. Did Di Zun talk to you about the Golden Sovereign? Fire Emperor asked with a smile. Yes, he did. Di Zun told me that the Golden Sovereign not only has to have outstanding talent, but his strength has to at least reach the level of the 4 supreme kings. In the entire Great Emperor Palace, all the warriors have the right to compete for the Golden Sovereign, regardless of potential or age. Strength is respected. Ling Xiao replied, "It's different from the previous requirements. In the past, the Golden Sovereign had to be under 150 years old. Moreover, his strength doesn't have to reach the level of a Supreme King. As long as he obtains the approval of the 4 Supreme Kings, it's fine." Fire Emperor frowned. Obviously, the new rules had greatly reduced the chances of the younger generation competing for the Golden Sovereign. This is also a helpless move. The calamity of the Golden City is coming, and the Golden City needs a strong leader. Ling Xiao said, "The calamity is coming? Could it be about Lotus Flower?" Obviously, Huang Jindi had already told this matter to the 4 Supreme Kings. "Yes, it's about this matter, but I guess many people don't believe it, right?" Ling Xiao sighed. From Fire Emperor's tone, he could tell that Fire Emperor didn't believe this matter. Hee. Fire Emperor smiled awkwardly and said, "I don't really believe it. Senior Fire Emperor, this matter is not a joke. In the chaotic sand sea, Lotus Flower's original body was released. In the Death Soul realm, the Death Soul race was rioting. The Death Soul Emperor was Lotus Flower's demon sovereign body. In the graveyard of the gods, Lotus Flower was looking for his divine sovereign body. The next step would be to come to the Golden City. I'm not joking with you. Those terrifying Death Soul race can obtain new abilities and become stronger by devouring their companions and enemies. They can continuously evolve. When they really start the calamity, it will be too late. Therefore, even if I don't take the position of the Golden Sovereign, you have to fight for it. You must not fall into the hands of those heartless people." Ling Xiao reminded. "Understood, Prince." Fire Emperor's expression became serious. Huang Jindi might be scaring them, but Ling Xiao wouldn't because there was no need. By the way, other than Warlord Huang Jinlan and Valkyrie Yang Shui, are there any other geniuses in the Golden City? If Ling Xiao wanted to increase his main body strength, he had to have a showdown with martial artists whose strength was close to his. He had to use the Tao of Fusion to deal with the Four Supremes. That wouldn't have any effect on increasing the strength of the main body. Actually, Huang Jinlan's #1 genius position should have been given up long ago. I don't know if you still remember, but something happened in the chaotic Sand Sea, and Lotus Flower was released. At the same time, a large-scale spiritual energy turbulence also filled the 4 regions and 9 worlds. During this process, many martial artists suddenly became enlightened. He had broken through and become stronger. Of course, Yang Shui was still unquestionably #1. Huang Jinlan has been killed by you. However, due to the turbulence of spiritual energy, his uncle Huang Jinyu's cultivation, which had been shackled for a long time, once again made a breakthrough. Currently, he was already at the 2nd level of the divine body realm. His combat prowess was no weaker than Huang Jinlan's. The Thunder King also had a disciple, Lei Xinglia, who was originally only a half-step divine body realm cultivator. He was about the same as Bai Yinzalong. However, he had also broken through to the 1st level of the divine body realm. He was much stronger than most martial artists of the same level. He had a battle with Bai Yinzalong, and it was said that he won easily. Of course, that was under the condition that Bai Yinzalong didn't use the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Huang Jinyu, Lei Xinglia, just treat them as side dishes. I can play with them. Ling Xiao currently liked top-notch experts at the 1st level of the divine body realm and 2nd level of the divine body realm the most. This was because he could use his main body strength to defeat them and increase his main body strength. You'll definitely succeed. It's rare to see someone as responsible as you. When many people face a calamity, the first thing they think of is to escape. I believe that if the calamity really comes, basically no one will fight with you for the position of the Golden Sovereign. Sitting on that position means that you'll become Lotus Flower's #1 target. You're not afraid. Ha! The Fire Emperor was now more and more impressed with Ling Xiao. I can't escape. Moreover, I'm not alone. There's still the entire Heavenly Dynasty Empire that needs my protection. From the moment Ling Xiao set the great ambition of unifying the mystic world, actually, there was no way out. He also didn't want to regress. Moving forward step by step, this was his pursuit. Let's go back to the Fire King Palace. Ling Xiao still had something to do. In the space-time corridor, that senior from the Golden Sky region had entrusted him with something. Of course, he wouldn't forget. He was a person who would never owe anyone a favor. That senior had done him a great favor. He would definitely repay the favor. Back to the Fire King Palace. Shui, did you find any clues about the matter I asked you to investigate? That woman, did she leave behind any descendants? Or is she still alive? When Ling Xiao went to the Great Emperor Palace, he entrusted Yang Shui to help him investigate this matter. Since he was already in the Golden City, he should finish what he needed to do first. After finishing, he could then cultivate in peace. That woman didn't die, but she's already old and won't live for long. She adopted a little girl called Yin Lihua. The little girl is very cute. However, she suddenly went missing recently. That's why she's very sad now. If you really want to help her, perhaps finding this little girl would be the greatest help to her. Yang Shui replied, Are there any clues? Ling Xiao asked, There are really clues. Yang Shui nodded. Yin Lihua is 16 years old this year. She's in her Fanghua period. She's extremely beautiful. On the day before she went missing, someone discovered that she had met with a young master called Lin Chin in the Golden City. That Lin Chin relied on his father's position and often womanized. Many girls had been harmed by him. Therefore, the possibility of him kidnapping In Lihua is very high. Yang Shui analyzed. He deserves to be killed. Ling Xiao said coldly, "How can such a thing that's worse than an animal live until now?" He could imagine that In Lihua, this cute little girl, had been ruined by this guy called Lin Chen. Although he had never seen In Lihua before, this girl was that woman's only spiritual sustenance. If something happened to the girl, that woman would probably collapse. Damn it! Yang Shui felt a little embarrassed. She sighed and said, "This Lin Chen's father belongs to the Punishment Palace. He's also one of the commanders of the Punishment Palace. The person with the highest authority in the Punishment Palace is the Punishment King, Huang Jinding. He has a lackey under him, the Palace Master of the Punishment Palace. People call him the King of Fairness, and he's at the 4th level of the Divine Physique realm. Under the King of Fairness, there are 3 law-enforcing elders. All of them are at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique realm. Under the law-enforcing elders, there are the punishment commanders. There are a total of 13 of them, and all of them are at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique realm. Under the punishment commanders are the punishment guards. There are exactly 100 of them. 50 of them are at the 1st level of the Divine Physique realm. The other 50 are at the half-step Divine Physique realm. The punishment guards at the half-step Divine Physique realm are mainly in charge of the Divine Core Warriors. End of chapter. Chapter 46, 99. A punishment commander at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique echelon. I'm not even afraid of the warlord, so why should I be afraid of someone like him? Ling Xiao loved this kind of opponent the most. Not only could he defeat him with his true self, but he could also stimulate his potential and increase his true self's strength rapidly. Although there were differences in strength between the 2nd level of the Divine Physique echelon. For example, Wang Quan Tianming's strength should be in the middle. After all, he was inexperienced, which caused him to have a huge flaw in his battle strength. The warlord, Huang Jinlan, was inferior to Wang Quan Tianming. He could only be considered inferior among the 2nd level of the Divine Physique echelon. As for Lin Chen's father, the punishment commander Lin Hong, he couldn't tell for now, because he didn't see anyone. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of even the strongest 2nd level of the Divine Physique echelon. "Shui, bring me to see the punishment commander. I hope nothing happened to In Lihua. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill Lin Chen." Ling Xiao said coldly, "I'm afraid this isn't appropriate." The Fire Emperor shook his head. "Why?" Ling Xiao asked, "The Punishment Palace belongs to the Punishment King. If you dare to touch Lin Hong, you'll infuriate the Golden Cauldron's old man. This won't be easy to deal with." The Fire Emperor shook his head and said, "You said it yourself. Now that Golden City is facing a great enemy. We should prioritize peace. With your temper, I'm afraid it'll be hard to deal with this peacefully. Why don't I let the White Silver Sun Dragon probe first? It'll be best if Lin Hong lets In Lihua go. If not, I'll get her for you." "Fine, I'll go take a look at that woman called by Muden. I promised my senior to take good care of her and not let anything happen to her." Ling Xiao thought about it. It wasn't good to have a conflict with the Golden Cauldron now. It might even harm In Lihua. Therefore, it was reasonable to let the White Silver Sun Dragon probe first. "Then let's split up," the Fire Emperor said. "Fire Emperor, when you see the White Silver Sun Dragon, tell him not to use force if there's a conflict. I'll take care of everything." Ling Xiao was trying peaceful means before resorting to force. If Lin Hong really didn't know what was good for him, then he wouldn't be polite. As the prince, it was his duty to get rid of the Golden City. All right. After the Fire Emperor finished speaking, the two of them split up. Ling Xiao followed Yang Shui to Bai Mudan's house. He brought Bai Mudan to the Fire King's palace and used the natural treasures he had obtained from the graveyard of the gods to refine a life-extending pill for Bai Mudan. This allowed the white peony to extend its lifespan by 10 years. Although it wasn't much, this period of time was enough for the old man to enjoy the rest of his life. He had finally done something for that senior. After making arrangements for Bai Peony, Ling Xiao focused on cultivating. The Fire Emperor had already arranged a place for Ling Xiao to cultivate and stay in the Fire King Palace. Naturally, there was no problem. The so-called cultivation was just sorting out the experience gained from battle. The Heart of Gold could repeatedly practice what it had comprehended in battle, until Ling Xiao completely understood. At present, what Ling Xiao lacked was cultivation. In terms of combat prowess, he wasn't weak at all. Regardless of whether it was the Beast God's sky-swallowing flash, the Reverse God Art's unification style, the Holy Ground demonic shadow, the Black Lotus treasured light, or the many martial spirit array diagrams. It was still the Void shattering finger and the Cosmic Light godly fist. Those were all incomparably powerful battle methods. In addition, he had the Void God sword and the Crimson Blood Demon sword, these two terrifying weapons. Challenging someone of a higher level was basically a common occurrence. With these things, his original body was not at all inferior to a second-level Divine Body Realm cultivator. If he added the body of 3 Supremes, condensed by the Lotus Sutra, then third-level and fourth-level Divine Body Realm cultivators would not be his match. Once he used the Path of Fusion, even a 5th-level Divine Body Realm cultivator would have to suffer in his hands. Of course, the body of 3 Supremes was ultimately just a life-saving method. It could not be used frequently. Otherwise, if he relied too much on it, it would affect the advancement of his cultivation. Prince, Zilong is back. The Fire Emperor's voice suddenly came from outside, and there seemed to be a hint of anger in his voice. Ling Xiao got up and walked out of the room. He saw the white silver Zilong being carried back. Almost all the bones in his body were shattered. Even his cultivation was crippled. A crazy killing intent flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. He wanted to solve the problem peacefully, but it seemed like the other party was unwilling. Since that was the case, then he could only be ruthless. Fire Emperor, you won't stop me this time, right? Ling Xiao said eerily, I'll be a coward if I stop you again. F***CK. I didn't expect Lin Hong to be so vicious. It seems like he was instructed by the Golden Cauldron. The Fire Emperor said, angrily, All right, it's fine as long as you don't stop me. You just have to keep an eye on the Golden Cauldron. I'll take care of Lin Hong and Lin Chen. Ling Xiao glanced at the white silver Zilong and said, But the most important thing now is to heal the white silver Zilong. I'll have to trouble you again. I'm really too useless. The white silver Zilong looked at Ling Xiao with a bitter smile and said, Luckily, I didn't take out the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Otherwise, it would be terrible if I lost it. You're also stupid. I gave you the Emperor weapon for you to use. If you took it out, Lin Hong wouldn't be your match. Ling Xiao sighed. He fed the white silver Zilong a healing pill. Then, he activated his true energy to heal the white silver Zilong. His current healing pills were all refined from heavenly materials and earthly treasures with dragon patterns. The healing effect was outstanding. Not only that, but it could also increase the white silver Zilong's potential. Perhaps the white silver Zilong would be able to break through to the second level of the Divine Body Realm soon. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. I've made you spend so much money. I'll give you my life. What nonsense are you talking about? You were implicated by me this time. If I didn't kill Warlord Huang Jinlan, Lin Hong wouldn't treat you like this. It must be the Golden Cauldron who gave the order. But don't worry, I'll avenge you. Since they want to fight, I'll accompany them to the end. After a while, Ling Xiao finished healing the white-silver Zilong. The white-silver Zilong had basically recovered. The next thing was to recover its cultivation. You should cultivate in seclusion for the time being. Ling Xiao comforted the white-silver Zilong. Then he went to the punishment hall to look for Lin Hong. Just in case, I'll go with you. After all, you're new here and are unfamiliar with the place. I'm afraid you don't even know where Lin Hong lives, right? Yang Shui said, All right, Fang Hua, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Senior by mutant during this time. Ling Xiao nodded and looked at Yu Fang Hua. It should be more convenient for a girl to take care of by mutant. Okay, I got it. Yu Fang Hua nodded. I'll treat her like a mother. She had lost her mother when she was young, so she sympathized with Bai Mutin. Thank you. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and walked out of the Fire King's palace with Yang Shui. Under Yang Shui's lead, Ling Xiao soon arrived at the punishment commander's palace where Lin Hong lived. For someone of his level, he would naturally have his own palace in the City of Gold. The Lin mansion had a big gate and a big courtyard. The red gate symbolized power and status. Who would have thought that there were so many disgusting things hidden behind the gate? Mobile version update website. Chapter 4700. Ling Xiao had a gloomy expression on his face the entire way. He originally planned to bury the hatchet with the Punishment King because the City of Gold was about to face a calamity. But now, the other party obviously had no such intention. Since that was the case, he might as well get rid of the Punishment King. Otherwise, when the enemy arrived, he would have to guard against backstabbing. That would be even more troublesome. After understanding this, he didn't care anymore. So, what if it was the punishment hall? He had never believed in such an existence. When he was in the 3,000 sacred cities, this kind of organization was extremely chaotic. Corruption. It seemed that the situation here was similar. For a scum like Lin Chun to be able to live until now, he knew what the punishment hall did all day long. Ling Zhao's killing intent was very strong now. It wasn't just because Lin Chen captured Yin Lihua. If it was just about Yin Lihua, he wouldn't be like this. But when he saw Lin Hong crippled the white silver dragon, his anger couldn't be contained. No one had the right to hurt his people. The warlord killed his subordinates and imprisoned forefather Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman, so he killed the warlord. Now, this Lin Hong was the same. He couldn't let this guy go. Killing intent gathered crazily in his heart. Just as they were about to knock on the door, two people walked out from inside. These two people were unfamiliar faces to Ling Xiao. Yang Shui told him that the older one was Lei Xinglia, who was at the first level of the Divine Body realm. The other was Lin Chun, who was at the half-step Divine Body realm. His strength was not bad. However, compared to the monstrous Ling Xiao, he was really not good enough. Greetings, Valkyrie. When Lei Xinglia and Lin Chen saw Yang Shui, they bowed respectfully. As for Ling Xiao, it was as if they didn't see him at all. They didn't pay attention to him at all. You're Lin Chen? Ling Xiao didn't look at Lei Xinglia, but looked at Lin Chen and asked coldly. That's right. Lin Chen looked at Ling Xiao. He knew that the person opposite him was the emperor who had been very famous recently, but he didn't care at all. His father was the punishment commander. The punishment hall had a very special position in Golden City. It was in charge of the law, and it could be said that there was no Golden King. The disciplinary law king was the most powerful under the venerable sovereigns. His father, Lin Hong, was one of the disciples of the Law King. The other party was just an emperor's son who had appeared out of nowhere. He had no power or influence, and his cultivation did not seem to be very high either. Why should he give him face? Did you capture in Li Hua? Ling Zhao's expression became even colder. Oh, that little girl? Not bad. I was the one who caught her. TSK, TSK. It really was a wild little horse. It wasn't easy to tame, but the taste is really not bad. Lin Chen laughed shamelessly and said, "Why, Imperial Prince is also interested, but that would have to wait for another day. I haven't played enough yet." Scum. Ling Xiao spat on Lin Chen's face. "She's over there." Although Li Hua might have been treated inhumanely, but as long as he was not dead, he still had to save him. "Are you King, looking for death? How dare you call me a scum? You even spat on me?" Lin Chen was instantly enraged. "Why don't you take a look at where you are? This is our Lin Mansion, not your Fire King Palace. So what? I even dared to kill the Battle King. Who do you think you are?" Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. He was ready to start with Lin Chen. If this kind of scum did not die, there would be no justice in this world. As he spoke, he had already walked toward Lin Chen. "Stop right there." Lei Xinglia stood in front of Lin Chen and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. "Don't think that you're the Imperial Prince. You can do whatever you want. She's just an ordinary girl. So what if you play with her? Could it be that you want to kill Lin Chen? Do you know what the punishment for killing the son of the Law King is? Get lost, or I'll kill you too." Lei Xinglia was only at the first level of the divine physique echelon. Although he was considered a superior expert in the first level of the divine physique echelon. But in Ling Zhao's eyes, he was still not worth mentioning. If he wanted to fight, Lei Xinglia was definitely not his opponent. He did not want to be enemies with the Thunder King. But if Lei Xinglia did not know what was good for him and insisted on being a busybody, then he could not be blamed. He was currently in a very bad mood. The other party had directly hit the muzzle of the gun. Ling Zhao's words completely infuriated Lei Xinglia. Because of the spirit energy turbulence he had successfully cultivated to the first level of the divine physique echelon. And because his aptitude was more outstanding, his accumulated strength was more than enough. Therefore, after breaking through, he was very powerful among the first level of the divine physique echelon. The fact that Ling Xiao had been conferred the title of Imperial Prince and was even summoned by the venerable emperor made him feel very uncomfortable. His strong jealousy made him not have a good impression of Ling Xiao. And now, Ling Xiao actually asked him to get lost. This was intolerable. As for the rumor that Ling Xiao had killed the Battle King, he did not believe it at all. Ling Xiao was only at the 7th level of the Shattered Core stage. How could he have killed the Battle King? A terrifying aura was released from Lei Xinglia's body. Blue lightning danced on his body. That was his martial soul. Lightning martial soul. This kind of natural type martial soul was very powerful, and it gave him too much confidence. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to teach Ling Xiao a lesson today. Little did he know that he was looking for trouble for himself. "Valkyrie, this is a battle between me and him. I hope you won't interfere." Lei Xinglia was still very afraid of Yang Shui. That was why he said it in advance. "You're not worthy of Shui's attack." Ling Xiao said coldly. Since Lei Xinglia had sent himself to the door, then it was a good time to fight. The energy in his cultivation sea had not increased for a long time. Perhaps this guy would be an opportunity. "You're really as arrogant as the rumors say." Lei Xinglia looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "I heard about your deeds in the chaotic desert sea. You're indeed terrifying, but How many of those deeds were done by you? Or did someone brag for you, helped you become the imperial prince? Today, let me, Lei Xinglie, show you your true colors. Ling Xiao looked at Lei Xinglie. Geniuses were indeed arrogant. They were not willing to believe that the rumors were true unless they saw it with their own eyes or experienced it for themselves. Lei Xinglie's aura attracted many people to watch. Even the punishment commander Lin Hong walked out of his house. He stared coldly at Ling Xiao and quietly ordered the Lin Mansion's martial artists to set up the surroundings. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao won or lost this battle, he had to find an excuse to arrest Ling Xiao. There were too many crimes. It was fine as long as there was no need. After all, they had done this many times in the past. Noticing this, Ling Xiao only smiled coldly. It was just a boring trick. In front of powerful strength, all schemes and tricks were useless. Show me my true colors? Haha, then do it, if you don't mind making a fool of yourself. Ling Xiao looked at Lei Xinglie and focused on the battle. A martial artist's cultivation was nothing more than increasing their cultivation and developing their martial soul. The higher the compatibility between a martial technique and martial soul, the more powerful it would be. Sometimes the martial soul would even be the key to martial arts cultivation. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4701. If one's martial soul and martial path could be combined, it would be the greatest gain for a martial artist. Lei Xinglie's martial soul was a thunder martial soul. Therefore, the martial path he took was also the thunder path. He comprehended thunder and lightning and controlled it. Even martial techniques and secret techniques were related to thunder and lightning. This meant that this kid was really doing well in this aspect. As the Thunder King's favorite disciple, Lei Xinglie had the title of Little Thunder God in Golden City. Naturally, he couldn't allow Ling Xiao to look down on him. Moreover, his strong jealousy made him dislike Ling Xiao. Since they couldn't get along, he didn't waste any more words and directly attacked Ling Xiao. He casually threw out a palm attack. A bright bolt of lightning shot out from his palm. This lightning wasn't ordinary lightning. As it was combined with martial path, it was even more powerful. Moreover, it could also unleash Lei Xinglie's full strength. This bolt of lightning came and went in a straight line. However, due to its extremely fast speed, one might not be able to dodge it even if they saw it. When the white silver dragon fought with Lei Xinglie, it was at a disadvantage in this aspect. At that moment, Ling Xiao seemed to see a lightning beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow him whole. The lightning had yet to reach him, but he could already feel his skin going numb. He had to admit that Lei Xinglie's attack was really powerful. The difference between an attack that contained martial path and an ordinary attack was really huge. Martial artists were pursuing their own martial path from the moment they started practicing martial arts. However, in reality, it only started to take shape when one reached the divine body realm. This was because at this time, a martial artist's physical body was even stronger and could withstand the enormous pressure brought about by martial path. After the divine body realm, the divine soul realm could be said to be the completion of the martial path. However, until now, Ling Xiao really hadn't seen a divine soul realm expert. Even the lotus flower had the aura of a divine body realm expert. This is probably your first time seeing such an attack, right? You'll be at a disadvantage if you underestimate me. Lei Xinglie sneered. Not everyone could combine martial path and attack after entering the divine body realm. This had a lot to do with the martial soul. Martial path fusion? It might be terrifying to others, but it's nothing to me. Another reason why Ling Xiao was able to challenge those of a higher level was that he had begun to fuse martial arts and martial arts very early on. This was mainly because his physical body was stronger than the average person's. Although he was just a divine core warrior, the strength of his body was much stronger than any divine body realm warrior Yang Kai had ever seen. This was the reason why he was able to fuse in advance Tao of slaughter, Tao of space, the Tao of time, heaven-defying Tao, the way of the tyrant, the Tao of gods, demonic Tao. Ling Xiao cultivated more martial arts than anyone else. Among them, the most mature were the Tao of slaughter and the Tao of hegemony. For the time being, the rest were just supporting roles. However, they could be fused with martial skills and were closely related to martial souls. The Tao of slaughter represented the Sun divine beast soul. The way of the tyrant represented the tyrant martial spirit. Comparatively speaking, Lei Xinglia's Tao of lightning was not as good as his. He had only grasped the basics. However, he was already quite proficient in using it. More and more people appeared in front of the Lin mansion. When they sensed Lei Xinglia's ferocious attack, they all wanted to see how Ling Xiao was going to deal with it. Yang Shui stood there calmly. She had no intention of helping. After what happened in the chaotic sand ocean, she wasn't worried about Ling Xiao at all. She had personally witnessed how strong Ling Xiao was from the chaotic sand ocean to the 3,000 holy city. She had witnessed how terrifying Ling Xiao was. In front of him, Lei Xinglia was nothing. What surprised everyone was that Ling Xiao didn't have any intention of helping. He just let the ferocious lightning strike his body. Feeling the potential in his body being released, Ling Xiao smiled. It worked. Although the energy in his cultivation base didn't increase by much, it was still an increase. It was better than staying stagnant. Your attack isn't good enough. After the lightning strike, Ling Xiao still looked at Lei Xinglia calmly. Little lightning god. Haha, you really like to put gold on your face. To be honest, in the chaotic sand ocean, I've seen too many idiots like you who overestimated themselves. Do you think you have better foresight than the emperor? Even the emperor conferred me the title of emperor. Who do you think you are? How dare you look down on me? Ling Xiao's physical body was now at the terrifying level of a 9-dragon inscriptions emperor weapon. Lei Xinglia's attack couldn't hurt him at all. He didn't even need to use his beast soul transformation or the sky tyrant martial soul. Humph, you're just relying on your Dharma treasure. What's so great about that? You have a Dharma treasure, so do I, Lei Xinglia snorted. He didn't believe that he had failed. He felt that Ling Xiao was relying on his Dharma treasure to block the attack. Therefore, he took out his Dharma treasure, a golden rod, a 4-dragon inscriptions emperor weapon. With the help of the golden rod, the blue lightning gradually turned golden. Its power increased tremendously. If Ling Xiao's physical body was still at the 8-dragon inscriptions emperor weapon, it would be a little troublesome. After all, the emperor weapon and the power of the attack, it was much more terrifying than pure defense. There was a saying in the martial arts world, constant defense is bound to fail. If one only knew how to defend and didn't know how to attack, they would be at a great disadvantage. Golden lightning snake. Lei Xinglia roared. The entire space was covered by golden lightning. Many martial artists in the surroundings retreated. Lin Chen was also blocked by Lin Hong. Everyone could see how terrifying Lei Xinglia's attack was. 9 violent golden lightning snakes tore through the air at the same time and pounced towards Ling Xiao. If you have the ability, don't dodge. Lei Xinglia sneered. Hee, I won't dodge then. Do you think I'm afraid of your lousy attack? Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. He allowed the 9 golden lightning snakes to hit his body. He's too arrogant. Ling Xiao is playing with his life. The surrounding martial artists couldn't help but sigh. However, in the next moment, the lightning dissipated. Ling Xiao was still standing there unscathed and looked at Lei Xinglia mockingly. The energy in his cultivation finally increased to 10%. This meant that Lei Xinglia's attack was still very powerful. Of course, it was also related to Ling Xiao's cultivation level being lower that he could improve so quickly. After all, he was only at the 7th level of the Shattered Core realm. This is your strongest attack, right? It can't even break my defense. I really don't know what you're so proud of. Ling Xiao revealed a hint of disdain. Actually, if it wasn't because his physical body had advanced to the level of a 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon, this time, he really didn't dare to take it head-on. Even now, he couldn't take more than a few attacks from such a powerful attack. However, once was enough. What kind of sorcery did you use? Lei Xinglia definitely didn't believe that Ling Xiao was so powerful. Ever since he advanced to the 1st level of the Divine Body realm, as long as he used this move, no martial artist of the same level would be his match. However, this move was completely ineffective today. This made Lei Xinglia extremely shocked and terrified. He even took out his golden rod and still couldn't win. How terrifying was Ling Xiao? End of chapter. Chapter 47:02. I won't kill you today, but I must teach you a lesson. I'll teach you on behalf of your master. Don't meddle in other people's business when you don't have the ability. While they were talking, Ling Xiao entered the peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. At the same time, he used the divine blood formation. The bloody rat's power reached the 2nd level. The possession of the Sky Tyrant martial soul was completed. He still went all out. Unless his cultivation could reach the half-step divine body realm, he might not need the Sky Tyrant martial soul when facing a 1st-level divine body realm martial artist. Fortunately, he could choose to possess the Sky Tyrant martial soul now, although he couldn't use its full power. But that was enough. The Crimson Blood Demon sword was unsheathed. The Reverse God art was activated. A sword light cut through the void. It was as if even God was trembling. The power of the Reverse God art's one-word stance was even more terrifying. It was more than enough to deal with trash like Lei Xinglia. After all, although the Crimson Blood Demon sword only had 1 dragon pattern, it was equivalent to an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Lei Xinglia didn't even have a chance to react. This sword light directly cut off one of his arms. This was after Ling Xiao went easy on him. Otherwise, Lei Xinglia wouldn't have had a chance to live. Lei Xinglia hugged his arm and howled in pain. His eyes were filled with fear. There was no longer any jealousy in them. Ling Xiao was so powerful. No wonder Dizun summoned him. He was too stupid today. Why did he stop him? Fortunately, he didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, he would have died. In fact, he had already given up all hope the moment the opponent's sword light attacked him. He thought he was going to die. Thank you for sparing my life. But if there's a chance, I'll still ask you for advice. Lei Xinglia endured the pain and left with his arms crossed. Although he admitted that Ling Xiao was terrifying, as a genius, he couldn't admit defeat just like that. If you just want to ask for advice, I welcome it. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He also frequently sparred with his friends and subordinates. Men, capture this person for me. How dare he fight in front of the Lin Mansion and injure Little Thunder God, Lei Xinglia. This commander suspects that he intends to assassinate. The moment the battle ended, Lin Hong acted according to his plan. More than a dozen half-step divine body, realm martial artists pounced on Ling Xiao, wanting to capture him alive. Perhaps they thought that Ling Xiao's battle with Lei Xinglia had exhausted most of his energy. Perhaps now was the best time to capture Ling Xiao. Let's see who dares to move. Yang Shi sneered and released a terrifying aura. The dozen half-step divine physique realm martial artists simply couldn't withstand the impact and were sent flying. Valkyrie, what are you doing? Don't tell me you want to start an internal conflict, Lin Hong said furiously. This guy was really complaining about the victim first. He was clearly the one who crippled the white silver dragon's cultivation first, and now he was actually saying that Yang Shui wanted to incite internal strife. How shameless. I instigated internal strife. Were you the one who crippled the silver dragon? Yang Shui asked sternly. That's right. That trash was crippled by this old man. He came to the Lin Manor to slander me and even tried to attack me. Naturally, I wouldn't let him go, so I crippled him. What? Valkyrie, don't tell me you want to start a war with the punishment hall. Because of this, will the Flower King allow you to do that? Lin Hong sneered. This guy wasn't afraid of trouble at all. After all, the punishment hall was under the control of his master, the Punishment King, so he had the right to do whatever he wanted. No one else could do anything to him. So you admit it. Yang Shui stopped talking. Ling Xiao asked coldly. So what if I admit it? What can you do to me? Lin Hong looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Although Ling Xiao defeated Lei Xinglia easily, Lei Xinglia was only a first-level divine body realm martial artist, after all. Lin Hong, on the other hand, was at the second-level divine body realm. The gap between them was huge. If he attacked, he had enough strength to defeat Lei Xinglia in one move. So, what do you think will happen? Have you forgotten who I am? I'm the Emperor's son, personally conferred by the Venerable Emperor. You're just a puny punishment hall commander, yet you don't kneel and greet me. You're even boasting shamelessly in front of me. Even if I kill you, the punishment hall won't be able to do anything. Ling Xiao said coldly. Ha 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 ha, do you really think you're a big shot? In front of this commander, you're not even a fart. Lin Hong laughed maniacally. Is that so? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to continue talking nonsense with this guy. At this time, he had to make his move. Holy ground demonic shadow. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Lin Hong. He had Lin Chun in his hands. Lin Hong knew that Ling Xiao was crazy, but he still underestimated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's speed was so fast that he couldn't react in time. Seeing that his son was captured, he panicked. Kid, you better let Lin Chen go. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Lin Hong roared. Believe it or not, I'll kill him if you spout nonsense again. Ling Xiao sneered. Where's Yin Lihua? Send someone to release her. I believe that Lord Commander should be able to weigh the value of the two. Unless your son's life is less than a girl's. Wishful thinking. Lin Hong refuted. Ling Xiao didn't talk nonsense with him at all, and directly chopped off one of Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen started to beg for mercy amidst his shrill screams. Dad, quickly let that damn girl go. I don't want to die. Hold it. Lin Hong was also frightened when he saw Ling Xiao's actions. This was simply a lunatic who couldn't be judged with common sense. He could only let her go first. However, he had to use some strong medicine on the girl. He definitely couldn't take this loss. Lord Commander, are you willing to let her go? Ling Xiao sneered. Humph. Lin Hong didn't say anything and immediately ordered his subordinates to bring Yin Lihua out. Not long after, Yin Lihua was brought out of the Lin Manor. Looking at the girl's appearance, Ling Xiao really wanted to cut Lin Chen into 1,000 pieces. Letting this guy die directly was letting him off easy. The girl was obviously frightened. Her eyes were lifeless, and she looked like a fool. What kind of torture did she go through? Let's let her go at the same time. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He thought of a way to let Lin Chen die miserably. It could be considered as revenge for Yin Lihua. No problem. Both sides quickly exchanged hostages. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of any tricks. After all, his speed was faster than Lin Hong. The moment he took over Yin Lihua, Lin Hong suddenly launched an attack, wanting to kill both Ling Xiao and Yin Lihua at the same time. Ling Xiao sneered and pointed his finger. The void-shattering finger's finger force arrived first. This was how powerful the void transcendence realm was. Lin Hong saw the danger and hurriedly dodged. However, one of his ears was still cut off. Ling Xiao handed Yin Lihua over to Yang Shui to protect. Then he walked towards Lin Hong. Today, not only did he want to kill Lin Chen, he also wanted to kill Lin Hong. Killing Lin Chen was for Yin Lihua. Killing Lin Hong was for Bai Yinzalong. Ling Xiao, hurry up and leave. Suddenly, Yang Shui's expression changed. This was because she felt the aura of two Supreme Being experts quickly approaching. Chapter 47:03. Damn it, Lin Hong, I'll let you live for 2 more days. I don't believe that Huang Jinding can protect you all the time. Ling Xiao also felt it. One was Huang Jinding's aura, and the other should be Lei Wang's, because the aura of lightning was extremely dense. He wasn't a match for 2 Supreme Kings. It was better to leave first. Lin Hong, wash your neck and wait. I'll definitely take your dog life. Don't be left alone. Ling Xiao sneered and turned to leave after saying those words. It seemed that the next time he did this, he couldn't make too much of a commotion. Otherwise, Huang Jinding would definitely come to help. Even with the Tao of Fusion, he didn't have the confidence to defeat that old man. After all, he didn't know what kind of treasure that old man had. It wouldn't be good to throw his life away just to kill Lin Hong. Anyway, he would be in Golden City from now on. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Lin Hong. First, he would kill Lin Chen and collect some interest. Where do you think you're going? Lin Hong wanted to chase, but Ling Xiao and Yang Shui's speed was too fast. In a blink of an eye, they had already disappeared. Father, save me. Right at this moment, Lin Chen wailed in pain. His body started to convulse and twist as if he was being bitten by thousands of poisonous insects. He couldn't die, but he had to endure a greater pain than death. Bastard, what did this guy do? Lin Hong grabbed his son, wanting to ease his pain. Unfortunately, it was useless. At this moment, Lei Wang and Punishment King arrived at the same time. They glanced at Lin Chen. What happened to him? Reporting to Punishment King, it's Ling Xiao, that brat. He used some unknown method to make Lin Chen like this. I beg you, please save him. Lin Hong hurriedly knelt down. This Ling Xiao is really daring. I haven't settled the grudge of killing my son with him. Now, he's making a move on my disciple's son. I think he's really tired of living. Old Lei, why don't we go to Fire King Palace together? Punishment King looked at Lei Wang and asked, Of course, he dared to hurt my disciple. This matter won't end here. The Thunder King naturally came because of Lei Xinglia's matter. His disciple had suffered a great loss in front of so many people. He would never let this matter rest. The 2 Supreme Kings arrived at the Fire King Palace together. Fire King, hand over Ling Xiao. If any of them had come here, they would have been a little afraid of the Flame Emperor. However, if the 2 of them joined forces, there was no need to fear the Fire King. The Fire Emperor, Yang Shui, and Ling Xiao walked out of the Fire Emperor Palace. What are these 2 old fellows trying to do? I haven't shown my strength all these years. Are you guys itching for a beating? The Flame Emperor was only slightly stronger than the 2 of them. However, he had the monarch weapon with 9 dragon patterns that Ling Xiao had given him. What he was certain of was that the Thunder King and the Punishment Law King did not. Both of them only had 7 dragon runes on their monarch weapons. Therefore, he was not afraid of fighting 1 against 2. Even if he could not win, he would definitely be in an invincible position. Flame Emperor, don't be too arrogant. This brat Ling Xiao actually dared to injure my disciple. He has to give me an explanation for this. The Thunder King roared, Old Lei, I think you're regressing the more you cultivate. Many people saw the battle between your disciple and Ling Xiao. It's obvious that your disciple attacked first. With Ling Xiao's temper, he's already being lenient by not killing him. What are you still shouting for? Don't forget that Ling Xiao is the emperor's son. Lei Xinglia dared to attack the emperor's son. This is a capital offense. Do you want the emperor to teach you what to do? The Flame Emperor sneered. I don't care. In any case, I'll find trouble with whoever hurts my disciple. The Thunder King was an extremely protective person. Moreover, the young Thunder God, Lei Xinglia, was his hope. He definitely did not want to see Lei Xinglia get hurt. F***CK, you won't listen to me. Since that's the case, we can only fight. Come at me, you two. I want to see, after so many years, how much have you guys improved? The Flame Emperor had always been hot-tempered. There were many things that he could not be bothered to explain. Since the two of them had come looking for him, he might as well solve the problem with a battle. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Thunder King was also annoyed. After all, they were all Supreme Being Kings. Although he knew that he was slightly weaker than the Flame Emperor, he would definitely not suffer such a loss. The Punishment King sneered. He did not say much because he knew that he was not in the right. In any case, he just needed to join forces with the Thunder King. When Ling Xiao saw this scene, he was already prepared to use the Tao of Fusion. In any case, he could not let the Flame Emperor get hurt because of him. Just as the battle was about to break out, flower petals suddenly drifted down from the sky. A person descended from the sky. A fragrance assailed their nostrils. The three of you, have you forgotten the Emperor's words so quickly? The Golden City's calamity is about to arrive, and you still want to fight among yourselves? I really don't know what you guys are thinking. The person who had arrived was the Flower King, Luo Shi. The Emperor said that the four Supreme Being Kings cannot take action for the juniors. Their grudges will be settled by them. Your responsibility is to cultivate in seclusion and raise your cultivation. There's not much time left. If we can't stop the calamity, all of us will die. But that brat Ling Xiao is too despicable. He killed my son and attacked my disciple. If I don't kill him, how can I appease my anger? The Punishment King said angrily, Do you have so little confidence in your disciple? If you really want to fight, then I will. For the sake of fairness, I can only help Old Fire. The Flower Emperor stood beside the Flame Emperor and said indifferently, Old Fire, let's go. The Punishment Law King glared at Ling Xiao fiercely, then turned and left. Just like how Ling Xiao did not believe that the Punishment King could protect Lin Hong forever. The Punishment King also did not believe that the Flame Emperor could protect Ling Xiao forever. He left, but the Thunder King did not seem to have any intention of leaving. No matter what, I will get justice for my disciple today. This person was really stubborn. Master, don't embarrass yourself. Who told you to avenge me? At this moment, Lei Xinglia arrived. When I recover, I will challenge Ling Xiao and get back my face. Now that you've caused trouble, the entire city of gold will see me as a joke. Lei Xinglia was embarrassed. You brat, how dare you say that I've embarrassed you? Fine, I won't interfere in this matter. You can solve it yourself. After saying that, the Thunder King turned and left. Lei Xinglia smiled awkwardly at the Flame Emperor Palace and left as well. The farce ended just like that. The Flower Emperor glanced at Ling Xiao. Good boy, you have to take care of yourself. The City of Gold is not as simple as you think. Don't be rash. Shui, how long are you going to disturb your Uncle Flame Emperor? Come back with me." On the surface, the Flower Emperor supported Ling Xiao, but in reality, she did not support anyone. She was a loyal supporter of Huang Jindi. At this stage, she only hoped that everything would be peaceful. No matter who caused trouble, she did not like it. "Shui, go back with your master." Ling Xiao did not want to fall out with the Flower Emperor. As long as this woman remained neutral, it would be beneficial for him. Chapter 4704. Ling Xiao asked young Shui to go with the Flower King because he didn't want to offend him. It would be troublesome if he got into a conflict with the other three supreme beings. "Be careful. If you need anything, go to the Flower King Palace and find me immediately." Yang Shui thought about it. With Ling Xiao's strength and the Flame King's protection, he should be fine. She was about to break through to the 5th level of the Divine Body realm. It was time for her to calm down and cultivate. Others might not believe in the future calamity, but she did. She couldn't be careless about it. After they left, Ling Xiao and the Flame King returned to the Flame King Palace. He let Yin Lihua out. He examined her body. What a vicious heart! Ling Xiao's expression changed. Poor girl. Not only was she humiliated and mentally injured, but Lin Hong also implanted a terrifying parasite in her body. Is there a way to save her? The Flame King asked. It's a little troublesome. Once this parasite is implanted in the body, it will fuse with the person's soul. If the parasite is killed, the person will die too. I need to think of a way to break it. Ling Xiao remembered that he had seen a similar record in the Eternal Divine Pill scripture. He didn't read it at that time. He just glanced at it. However, this wasn't a problem. The Eternal Divine Pill scripture was with him. He just needed to check it. What he needed to solve now was Yin Lihua's mental problem. The girl had obviously suffered a great deal of mental trauma. This kind of trauma couldn't be cured by any miracle medicine. If the body was injured, there was medicine. However, if the heart was dead, it would be troublesome. Why don't you give her a new memory? The Flame King suddenly said, since she's already like this, let her forget this tragic experience. After that, kill Lin Hong and his son, as well as Lin Chen's accomplices. No one will know that Yin Lihua was treated like that. We won't tell anyone anyway. That's a good idea. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He had the heavenly demon, He could change Yin Lihua's memory directly. Although this was just a replacement of that terrifying memory and couldn't be erased, it was already very good. He did as he said. He immediately started. This kind of thing was much easier than facing a powerful opponent. In less than 10 minutes, the problem was solved. Yin Lihua's damaged soul was also repaired. Of course, some of the injuries on Yin Lihua's body were also treated by Ling Xiao. This was much easier than repairing her soul. Thank you for saving my life, Your Highness. Yin Lihua regained her senses and returned to her previous appearance. She was no longer so foolish. His modified memory had concealed some things. Yin Lihua only remembered that she was kidnapped by Lin Chen and was saved by Ling Xiao. That was all. It's still too early to thank me. There are still many hidden dangers in your body. But don't worry, with me around, there won't be any problems. Ling Xiao said. Yes, Yin Lihua's life was saved by Ling Xiao, so she had no reason to not believe in Ling Xiao. After that, Ling Xiao took Yin Lihua to see Bai Muden. The old man and Yin Lihua hugged each other and cried when they met. At the same time, he was extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. Child, I won't forget what you've done for us. There's a place that only I know about in the City of Gold. I'm going to take your woman there to get some things. It'll take at least a month, and at most 3 months. When she comes back, she'll definitely become stronger. It's a pity that you're not a woman. Otherwise, You'd be the most qualified to inherit these things. Bai Mudan smiled. That's a good thing. Ling Xiao was originally worried that Yufangua's strength might stagnate if she stayed in the Fire King's palace and couldn't cultivate. Not only was this unfair to him, but it was also very bad. Now, listening to the meaning of this white peony, it should be that the old senior who passed away left her something. She didn't want it. Now, it was going to be passed to Yufanghua. All right, since you believe me, young man, then send us over there. I don't have much fighting strength, but that place is very safe. As long as we enter, they can forget about hurting us. Bai Mudan said, Li Hua will stay here for now. I know you have a way to help her. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. Since he was going to save someone, he had to do it thoroughly. Moreover, Bai Mudan had given him such a huge gift. All right, let's not delay any longer. Let's go. Bai Mudan stood up. Ling Xiao put her and Yu Fanghua into the Dongsheng Emperor ring for the time being. He didn't want to attract too much attention. Even if they would encounter some trouble along the way, he was already mentally prepared. He would kill anyone who dared to provoke him. There was nothing much to say. The Fire King was still in the Fire King's palace. Ling Xiao left alone. The place that Bai Mudan mentioned was actually in the Great Emperor Palace. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was the emperor's son and had enough status to enter the Great Emperor Palace as he wished. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. The moment Ling Xiao left the Fire King's palace, he was already discovered by someone. These people quickly reported this matter to Lin Hong. When Ling Xiao entered the Great Emperor Palace, he encountered trouble. 3 first-level divine, physique, echelon, martial artists blocked his path. One look, and one could tell that they were the punishment guards from the punishment hall. The uniform attire, it represented power and status. In the City of Gold, there weren't many people who dared to provoke them. Ling Xiao, come with us. The 3 punishment guards looked at Ling Xiao coldly and surrounded Ling Xiao. To be able to send 3 punishment guards, this meant that Lin Hong wasn't too stupid. Perhaps it was because he saw that Ling Xiao could defeat Lei Xinglia and felt that this was enough insurance. It was a pity that Lin Hong was going to miscalculate this time. How dare you block the emperor's son's path? Are you courting death? Ling Xiao didn't have time to dawdle with these pieces of trash. However, to be honest, it would feel good if he could have a fight. The last time he fought with Lei Xinglia, his cultivation sea's energy had increased by 10%. These 3 people weren't as strong as Lei Xinglia individually, but the 3 of them combined were definitely stronger than Lei Xinglia. For Ling Xiao, this might be an opportunity. This was how one's cultivation increased bit by bit. At this time, many martial artists who were cultivating in the Great Emperor Palace had gathered. Sure enough, no matter what time it was, there was no lack of people watching the show. It seemed that the last time Ling Xiao defeated Lei Xinglia, it had aroused the interest of these people. They wanted to see what Ling Xiao's upper limit was. To what extent could he be strong? Emperor's son? You're just an emperor's son in name. What's more, an emperor's son is guilty of the same crime as a commoner. You killed the innocent. Our punishment hall has the responsibility to arrest you for interrogation. The first punishment guard sneered. Surrender obediently so that you won't have to suffer any physical pain. Otherwise, we'll let you taste the power of the punishment guards today. The second punishment guard looked at Ling Xiao mockingly, as if Ling Xiao had become a turtle in a jar. There was no way he could escape from their hands. If you don't leave, kill. The third punishment guard's words were concise and also reflected the tyrannical nature of the punishment hall. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4705. Who do you think will win? The onlookers really didn't mind blowing things up. The 3 punishment guards are all at the first level of the divine physique, echelon. If I'm not mistaken, they are the same group of punishment guards. The punishment guards of the punishment hall always move in groups of 3. Their coordination is very good. Taking down martial artists of the same level is a piece of cake. Even a martial artist at the second level of the divine physique echelon would have to flee pathetically in front of them. As for Ling Xiao, he's a little strange. His cultivation is only at the 7th level of the Shattered Core realm. However, he easily defeated the young thunder god, Lei Xinglia. Some people suspect that he used a Dharma treasure. I think so too. No one knows what the ancestor gave him when he summoned him. Therefore, the outcome of this battle is still unknown. One of the older martial artists commented, "Haha, you underestimate the punishment guards too much. Do you think that they don't have an emperor weapon? Moreover, their emperor weapon is specially made to restrain martial artists. Whoever gets hit by it will be in trouble. If Ling Xiao is caught by the punishment hall, even if he's the emperor's son, he'll be finished. Rumor has it that the ancestor wants Ling Xiao to compete for the Golden Sovereign's position. That's simply overpraising him. With his strength, how can he compete with the 4 Supreme Being Kings?" That makes sense. Even without the 4 Supreme Being Kings, there are still many people more suitable than Ling Xiao. Valkyrie Yang Shui, Young Thunder God, Lei Xinglia, and King of Many Treasures, Huang Jinyu are all more suitable than him. Speaking of King of Many Treasures, Huang Jinyu is probably stronger than Valkyrie, right? In the entire Golden City, other than the ancestor, he probably has the most treasures. Rumor has it that he has tens of thousands of treasures. Amidst the discussion, the crowd gave Ling Xiao a certain amount of affirmation. However, at the same time, they didn't believe that he could compete with the top existences in the Golden City. After all, other than the people from the Fire King Palace, Ling Xiao wasn't very popular in the Golden City. There were even many people who were unhappy with him. He killed the Battle King, Huang Jinlan, and caused the Golden City to lose a super genius. This didn't make sense. Speaking of which, these people were really strange. They did not believe that Ling Xiao had the strength to kill a Battle King. Yet, he blamed the Battle King's death on Ling Xiao. What a contradiction. Ling Xiao sneered. All these discussions were meaningless. The key was still strength. If he was really taken away by these 3 punishment guards today, then it would be, as these people said, if he could defeat these 3 punishment guards, there would be more people who would acknowledge his strength and identity as an imperial prince. Ling Xiao, the eyes of the masses are clear. Do you really think you can defeat the 3 of us by yourself? Number 1 punishment guard looked at Ling Xiao provocatively. His eyes were filled with disdain. He. Ling Xiao sneered. He was too lazy to argue. Facts will prove everything. Seeing Ling Xiao's laughter, the 3 punishment guards were instantly enraged. This Ling Xiao really didn't put them in his eyes. Number 2 punishment guard wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao had already made his move. "You guys talk too much nonsense. I still have things to do." As he spoke, he had already transformed into the ultimate heavenly rat beast soul. At the same time, he released the sun god's blood formation and possessed the tyrant martial soul. He also took out the void god sword and the crimson blood demon sword, facing 3 powerful punishment guards at the first level of the divine body realm at the same time. He did not dare to be careless. He tried his best to use all the methods that he could. Only the body of 3 supremes, which was similar to a cheat, was useless. If he really used it, the meaning of this battle would be lost. The void god's sword had a strange shape and a wide blade. If the hand strength was insufficient and the true origin was insufficient, it would be difficult to control it with one hand. The crimson blood demon sword, on the other hand, was a true one-handed sword. The 3-inch blade was like blood. It exuded a terrifying murderous aura. When the two swords were unsheathed, the entire air was filled with the thick smell of death and blood. Those with good eyesight would realize that the current Ling Xiao was like a different person from before. Looks like the rumor that he's a beast god martial artist is true. So, what if he's a beast god martial artist without a high-level deity position? His strength is no different from an ordinary beast god martial artist. Even though Ling Xiao had already displayed a powerful aura, there were still people who were disdainful of him. The commander said that if Ling Xiao resists, we'll kill him without mercy. Murderous intent flashed through the eyes of punishment guard number 1. It was not that he was ruthless, but because of the murderous intent that Ling Xiao released, he had no choice but to be ruthless. He did not dare to be careless. They had seen many experts and had also fought with many experts. They knew very well that someone like Ling Xiao was definitely not easy to deal with. But they were not afraid. If it was one-on-one, they might not be Ling Xiao's match. But if the three of them worked together, the situation was completely different. The three of them were completely connected, although there was still a gap between them and one person. But they were already very close. If Ling Xiao were to deal with one of them, he would immediately be attacked crazily by the other two. It's about to begin. Everyone disperse. Seeing that the battle was about to begin, everyone had no intention of interfering. Instead, they retreated a distance. It would be bad if the fish in the moat were to be implicated. Ling Xiao held the reverse god sword in his right hand and the crimson blood demon sword in his left. The two swords did not have a primary or secondary. As for which was primary and which was secondary, everything would be clear in the battle. The two swords activated their vital essence at the same time. The reverse god sword released a heaven-defying Tao, the aura of death. The crimson blood demon sword released pure murderous intent. The sword of the massacre emperor lived up to its reputation. That murderous intent made countless people tremble in fear. Without a doubt, the reverse god art was an existence that surpassed the saint-level cultivation technique. It was a pity that Ling Xiao was still unable to comprehend the true essence of the reverse god art. Perhaps it was because his cultivation was not enough. His spiritual realm had not reached that level, and his martial arts had not reached that level. However, just the reverse god art's one-word form was able to display the power of a second-level saint-level cultivation technique. It was obvious how powerful it was. As for the beast god sky-devouring flash, it was indeed a saint-level martial arts technique. Its power had already reached the power of a third-level saint-level cultivation technique. The three punishment guards were only first-level divine, physique, echelon martial artists. The saint-level cultivation techniques that they could cultivate were usually only first-level saint-level. At most, they could reach second-level saint-level. Therefore, Ling Xiao was very confident. In terms of speed, Ling Xiao was much faster. The Holy Ground Demonic Shadow was a 10th-level saint-level cultivation technique. It was one of the top saint-level cultivation techniques. Although Ling Xiao could not display its true power with his current cultivation level, it was at least equivalent to a 4th-level saint-level movement technique. It would definitely crush the three punishment guards. The punishment guards' cooperation was indeed outstanding. Ling Xiao's first attack came to an abrupt end. However, the punishment guards did not gain any advantage. Ling Xiao was much faster than them. Therefore, they did not seize the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Ling Xiao. This kid is extremely fast. Let's use that Dharma treasure. The punishment hall was the most powerful place in the City of Gold. At the same time, it was also the wealthiest place. The punishment guards were basically equipped with many different Dharma treasures to restrain different enemies. Naturally, they had encountered speed-type enemies before. Therefore, they were not afraid. Mobile version update website, M.